ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, South Jersey, this is Billy Schwein. Tune into The Locker Room every Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to noon on 97.3 ESPN. Each weekend in The Locker Room, you will get passionate sports talk from a fan's perspective, along with interviews with some of the biggest names in sports. That's every Saturday and Sunday from 10 a.m. to noon in The Locker Room with me, Billy Schwein, on 97.3 ESPN and the 97.3 ESPN mobile app, because nothing could be finer than talking sports with a Schweiner.
Hey guys, are you afraid of taking off your shirt in public? Don't be embarrassed. Just say, I love Lyle back instead with male breast reduction. Many men develop a fullness in their chest as boys that persists and even worsens as they get older. This condition is called gynecomastia, and with simple liposuction, most cases can be effectively treated. Call 856-MAKEOVER today to schedule your private consultation with Dr. Lyle and Back. That's 856-MAKEOVER, or visit ILoveLyleBack.com.
O'Reilly.
Save big during Power Torque Tools DIY Day sale at O'Reilly Auto Parts with great deals on socket sets, impact wrenches, and more. Right now, get $10 off a 200-piece mechanics tool set, plus earn double O-Rewards points. That means you'll get to your next reward even faster. Visit the professional parts people at O'Reilly Auto Parts today or shop O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
As a dentist, I know what my patients are saying.
Mm-hmm.
She says her gums are irritated.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything you can do? You can try new Crest Advanced Gum Restore. It detoxifies below the gum line to restore your gums back to health in just 7 days.
A Town Square media station serving all of South Jersey. This is 97.3 ESPN, home of the Philadelphia Eagles.
He is hit! He stumbles! He's down!
WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
Joel shoots a three from out front. It's good! Embiid gives the Sixers a lead. Simmons down low. Up top Embiid. JoJo, 30 points in the game. 3:50 to go.
That's the way it went down last night. Well, some of it. Tom McGinnis on the call here on 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. And don't forget, watch the show live on our website, 97.3ESPN.com. Josh Henning producing today's show. He just gave you the 6 shooters. You didn't see it. Well, you got the 6 shooters. And you out there. Look, Embiid last night was just tremendous. We'll have more audio from Tom McGinnis because he was going bonkers last night during the game. It's hard not to. And, I'm definitively trying to – I am staying off social media during Sixers games because it is just outrageous to see what people are saying during these games. So my new prescription, I should say, like as if a doctor told me, you just need to not watch the game with Twitter. It's so much more enjoyable. It is so much more liberating and enjoyable to watch the Sixers game, enjoy the game, enjoy the ride, enjoy what I'm watching. I don't have to see people, acting like they know more than everybody, telling you that, like, Tobias Harris is who he is. Yeah, Tobias Harris won the game for you last night. So if you haven't turned the corner, look, Harris was a guy who was not a very attractive player. He wasn't a guy that you could really put a lot of trust in. If you haven't seen enough from him now to say that he is a different player this year than the guy you saw the years past, I don't know what to tell you. I saw so much of that last night. Talking about the effort of the defense and this team. Look, the last time they played the Jazz, they scored 142. This is a good Jazz team. By the way, they're the best team in basketball right now. So just like, and I said, I didn't watch the game on social media, but I went back through today and I'm looking at this stuff, and you would have thought they were down by 25 points at some point in that game. Now, I get it. It felt like at times that they were down by 25 points. but they were in that game. They were just kind of hanging around. They went to the bench and had that run there where the Jazz had that run when the Sixers went to the bench, and then, boom, they put Simmons and Embiid right back out there, and boom, here you go. Here come the Sixers again. But just enjoy the ride, right? Just enjoy the ride. Like, this is what has been lost with all the social media and all of the instant reaction to things. Like, we feel like we have to instantly react to everything, even if you know it makes you look like a jackass 15 minutes later. So I'm out. I'm out on that. I'm just watching the game because you know what? I want to go old school and just enjoy the ride. I want to start like the 2008 Philly season was so enjoyable because I started in spring training and watched every single game, the ups and downs, the alls arounds, and the ins and outs, everything. So, but here's my question, all right? And I posted this on Twitter at Mike Gill Show. I mean, there are things that we can discuss about the game last night, but like I'm almost speechless thinking about what I watched from Joel Embiid last night. And I'm not I tweeted this out because sometimes you ask a question and people take it the wrong way, okay? So I don't want you to take this the wrong way, okay? And I'll explain in a second. But my question is, we're at the midway point of the season, so the Sixers are the number 1 seed going into the midway point of the season. My question is this. Is Joel Embiid's play essentially justifying to the anti-process people? Is it helping you change your opinion at all? I'm not trolling. I'm not like, haha, look at what Joel Embiid's doing. You guys look like idiots because you didn't support this because look what happened. They landed Joel Embiid, and essentially he could be the MVP of the league, which is essentially you did what you did to try to get a player who would be deemed the best player in the league. I know people want to say it was about winning multiple championships. That is the hyperbole that gets you excited about this. Oh, we're going to win multiple championships. Nobody can guarantee multiple championships. It's just something you say to get people riled up. We're going to win multiple championships. You don't know that. Nobody knows if you're going to win multiple championships. What it was to try to find a player of Joel Embiid's performance level to make winning a championship a reality. The reality is you don't know if you're going to win a championship if you have... Look, the Miami Heat ended up with Chris Bosh, LeBron James, and Dwayne Wade, and they didn't win a championship right away. If one of those guys ended up getting hurt, they may have never won a championship. But they ended up winning championships. They won multiple championships, but they didn't win every single one. You never know how many. There is no guarantee. The Sixers' process was not to guarantee a championship. It was to make winning a championship a reality. Having a player like Joel Embiid makes that reality now much more possible. So what I want to get from the anti-process people, the people who battle it with me for years about this topic. And again, I don't say you're wrong. I'm not saying that your opinion's wrong. You just didn't like what they did. Now, some people, because they didn't like what they did, think it makes them right. I'm not right or wrong. It's just my opinion that I supported it because I thought that it gave you the best opportunity to hit the reset button, to start over. And because you got a player of Joel Embiid's stature, that made it worth it. Now, the hard part, you found the player that you lost on purpose for. I'll be blunt. Say what it is. They lost purposely. Why? They wanted to get a player that you have to have in the NBA. You cannot win in the NBA unless you have this level of player. Does getting Joel Embiid playing at the level that he's playing justify to the people who hated what the Sixers did? Does it justify to you at all? Have you changed your mind at all? Because I think this is a legitimate question for people who hated the process. And this isn't like, did it work or did it not work? That's not what this is about. This is about, do you now see clearer? Okay, they lost a lot of games over a 2-year span. And again, I don't want to go crazy down the road of how long this has taken, but there are people out there like, this has taken 10 years. It still hasn't even been 10 years since they started the process, to be honest with you. They started this in 2013. It's not even 10 years since then. So I love the people that they're like, it's been taking 10 years. It's taking too long. Taking too long? The Sixers went to the finals in 2001 and never made it out of the first round after it. So anything that they have already surpassed, everything they did in a 20-year span, they've already surpassed. They've been to the second round twice in 7 years. They didn't get into the second round in 20 years, right? They didn't get into the second round for a 20-year span. So anything that they've done since 2013 to now, they've already surpassed everything they accomplished in 20 years, doing it the way that all the anti-processors wanted them to do it. So my question is, you're an anti-process guy. You hated what they did. You can't come to terms with losing games. But you like cheering for Joel Embiid, I imagine, right? You like rooting for Joel Embiid. You love what you're watching from Joel Embiid. Do you now say, you know what? I really hate what they did, but they got this guy, and that makes it worth it. Are you having that much fun watching Joel Embiid play? And by the way, he is 26 years old. This notion that this is the best Embiid, no, he's going to get better. Joel Embiid will be better 2 years from now than the Joel Embiid we see last night. I promise you. I promise you the Joel Embiid at 28 will be better than the Joel Embiid at 26. So put your seatbelt on and enjoy this ride, because you are about to get the ride of why the Sixers did what they did. This is why they did what they did, to get a player of this magnitude, who right now is the best player in the league. Joel Embiid is the best player in the league. The Sixers lost to get the best player in the league. By getting the best player in the league, I now have a shot to win a championship. Because the Sixers have Joel Embiid, they now have a shot to win a championship. That is the crux. That's the end result. 609-403-0973 on the text board. 609-403-0973. Paul Westcott's watching on Facebook. Yo! That had an NBA Finals feel to it. Great game. Mitchell was selfish for getting himself tossed. Would love to see those two play in the finals. Yeah, give me 7 games of those two in July. I'll take that. Mitchell is a great player, but again, he's a young guy, much like the Sixers' problems that they had. It's hard to win the championship when your best player is also its youngest player. Sixers went through the same thing. They might go through it again this year. The Sixers, for 3 seasons, their best 2 players were their youngest 2 players. Hard to win when that's the case. Do I agree with Mitchell about the refs? The refs are always bad. I can agree with Mitchell on the refs every single night of the week. The refs are horrible in the NBA. They're horrible. They're horrible in most every sport. It's not an easy job. Paul, you wouldn't want to do it. Nobody out there listening to this show would say, you know what I'd love to do? I'd love to be an NBA ref. And I know these guys who ref like high school refs. I'm friends with a lot of these guys. They're great dudes. I mean, they're not great. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say these guys that I'm friends with who umpire and ref games are phenomenal. They do their best. And that's not an easy job. I don't argue with the refs or the umps. I could care less. Like, I know it's not easy. Right? It's not an easy job. So do I agree with Mitchell? Yeah, there's some bad calls in that game. The offensive foul call on Mitchell was atrocious. It's embarrassing. They have to have a way that you can go back and watch that in the video replay is so fast now that the official should almost have like an Apple Watch on his wrist that he can literally go back and watch the replay and say, oh, I messed that up. It's so split second. It's so split second that you have to make the call that you should be able to have the split second to then fix the call. Seriously, we have the technology now. The official could literally have a device in his phone, Apple wristwatch that has video. You could have something that they could have a head of officials sitting at the table with a monitor in front of him and literally watch that play back in real time, right in the guy's ear. Sorry, boom, you got it wrong. Change it. That fast. We don't have to call timeout. We don't need the officials to walk over to the table. That needs to be done. That needs to be done. All right? Pay a guy to sit there. Pay a guy to sit there and watch the game as a referee with a monitor. Soon as that play happens, somebody should be able to watch that right back and say, dude, you missed that. We got to change that call. We don't need to stop the game, have two guys come over to the table, both hanging around, sitting there watching a screen, waiting for someone to tell them what to do. We don't need that. And heck, you don't even need the guy to be in the arena. He could sit wherever he wants to sit, watch that play over, get in the guy's ear and say, that is not an offensive foul. So, yeah, Mitchell has a point, but you got to have a cooler head. You're the best team in the NBA. What he said last night is asinine. This is happening to us all the time. It's happening all the time. You have the best record in the league. You have the best record in the league. So if it's happening to you all the time and you have the best record in the league, how much is it happening to everybody else? The NBA officials are horrible. They're horrible. But it's not an easy game to officiate. So I'm not sitting here ripping them that they aren't good at their job because they don't, it's just not easy. It's like, it's not like, all right, for instance, in our job here, there's like some behind the scenes stuff. Like we have this awful automation system. It's a great automation system, but it's not built for sports talk radio. It's great if you're a music station, but if you're a talk radio station, it's the worst. And the old automation system, I know how to use inside, outside. I could do it from my house. I could do it on my phone. I could change our logs, clocks. I could put any game on anywhere I've been. This new one, I literally am like lost. So I said to Josh today, give me another refresher on how to do this, put in a Sixers game on tonight. Like there's a whole process of how we put the Sixers game on tonight. The Flyers play. And literally the way he described it to me, I was like, this would be like a fifth grade kid saying, hey, can you like get into like advanced honors geometry with me? Like that's what the NBA officials are up against. Like they are good at their job, but the level of play is so advanced for them. It's so fast that it's just, they can't do it. They can't do it. The guys are too fast. The game is so fast. The things happen so split second. The rules are so over. Everything is so over-sanctioned. Everything in life is so over-sanctioned. We have so many rules. I mean, every rule now in the NBA, it's just, his feet have to be here, but he can't be, if his feet are there, if they're not in the circle, but if they're in the circle, he can do it, but if they're not in the circle, he can't do it. I mean, last night, that offensive foul call on Mitchell was just horrendous. He had every right to be pissed, but you're also the best player on the best team in the league right now. You can't get yourself kicked out. So is he the best player on the best team, or is that Joel Embiid? 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. So I want to get that from you. All right, I know that there are a ton of people out there because for years we went back and forth on this, and I don't want to get into that whole thing. But if you were somebody who just, I hated what the Sixers did, I can't stand what the Sixers did, are you watching Joel Embiid now and saying, you know what? I kind of am reeling that back a little bit. Right? I'm reeling that back a little bit, and I'm okay with the result. And this is what I've always said. I don't like what they did, but I understood it and I supported it. I don't like the fact that losing basketball games is better for your organization, and I want to address this as well. Look, I don't know people that, for instance, like people will say the problem with the process was the fans acted like they invented this. I don't know anybody who felt that way. If you felt that way, that's a you problem. If you felt that other people felt that way, you're not talking to the fans who like the process. I don't know people who thought that the Sixers invented something. What they did was they embraced it. That's the difference. The Sixers fans didn't act like they invented something. Teams lost. No one took it to the extreme that the Sixers did. But what they embraced was, I'm going to embrace this. It's not that they felt that they invented it. It was that they embraced it. And if you don't understand that, then you have a hard time processing what was actually going on. There's your first problem right there. If you can't even figure out that the Sixers fans didn't say, we've got this new idea. No, what they did do that was new, what they did do that was different, was they embraced the idea instead of saying, we're going to lose. I don't like losing on purpose. And there was a lot of people who felt that way. The Sixers fans said, we're going to embrace this and we're going to make it ours. A lot of people said it took too long. It hasn't taken too long for me. Maybe from other people, it feels like it's taken too long, but I'm just comparing it to the 20 years before where I never got out of the first round. So in 7 years, I've been out of the first round twice after 2.5 years of losing games on purpose. I don't feel like it's been long at all. If anything, I think that there has been more good than bad. They've been in the playoffs 3 times. They lost for 2.5 years. So they have more playoff bursts than losing seasons in the process years. I don't know why that feels so long for some people. 609-403-0973 is the text message. If you're watching the show, throw us up a message, comment on that topic. All right, that's what I want to know. That's what I want to know. And I know you're out there. So here's the problem. The people who didn't like the process also now don't want to admit that they're enjoying this team. That's the problem that you have. They'll make excuses. If you were someone who didn't like what they did and you are loving Joel Embiid, you can't be the guy that admits that because now you sound hypocritical, right? That's the way that it happens. You sound hypocritical. And I understand that you don't want to call your own self out. Most people don't. 609-403-0973. All right. Who's going to be the anti-process guy that says, I have turned and I am now supporting this because I love watching Joel Embiid? Who's going to be the guy that does that? I'm calling for you. 609-403-0973. And who is ready to give Tobias Harris some credit? Because I want to hear from those people too. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. We're just kicking it off. We got a busy show. Jason Fitz, I'll ask him. Nationally, is Joel Embiid the MVP? Kevin Kincaid inside the Sixers today. He's been covering the Sixers all the way through the process. Is it time for the people to admit, you know what? They got the player that you were supposed to find throughout all this. Because right now, I don't know that there's a player in Joel Embiid that's more fun to watch in the last 20 years in Philadelphia sports. I don't know that I think he surpassed Iverson. Think about that. Sports Bash brought to you by Matt Black Kia. They want to get you approved today. Matt Black Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. I'm going to enjoy today's show. I am. Because all you miserable curmudgeons on Twitter last night weren't enjoying that game, and I loved it. I loved it from start to finish. Down, fight back. Joel, you have to bury your nose in the sand because Tobias Harris took over overtime, and I know those people who don't like Tobias Harris who look like fools. There's a lot of you out there, but I won't hear from you. You know why? because you don't want to say, you know what, I made a mistake. Sports Bash is live.
Sign up now for this year's $1 Million Bracket Challenge. Registration is underway now at 973ESPN.com and the free mobile app until the tournament begins. The listener whose bracket has the most correct will win a $500 golden getaway in Atlantic City. Thanks to our friends at GoldenNuggetSports.com. And the top 20 listener brackets will receive a free bet at GoldenNuggetSports.com. So register for the $1 Million Bracket Challenge.
Hell yeah!
Now at 973ESPN.com or the free mobile app. Must be 21 plus to place a bet. Only available in New Jersey. Free bets are for online sportsbook only. Please see website for terms and conditions.
A national championship.
So head to 973ESPN.com or the free mobile app and register for the $1 Million Bracket.
When you support your local small businesses, it helps keep your neighbors employed, helps kids save for college, and strengthens your community. And Town Square Media South Jersey puts local businesses in the spotlight.
First Bank of Sea Isle City, Cape County's community bank.
Dr. Lyle M. Back for everything from skincare to cosmetic surgery. Go to ilovelylback.com.
Egg Harbor Independent Branch Leader at Charles Schwab in the Consumer Square Shopping Plaza.
Filling Marble and Tile Outlet, Philadelphia Avenue and Route 30 in Egg Harbor City. Visit fillingmarble.com.
Intuitive Women's Health in Summers Point, accepting new patients. Schedule an appointment today online at intuitivewomenshealth.net.
East Coast Roofing, Siding and Windows. Services all of South Jersey. If you call, they'll show up. Call East Coast today at 609-646-1444. Online at eastcoastroofing.com.
Thank you for supporting your local businesses. From Town Square Media South Jersey.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/news. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job in ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And now you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey, sports bettors, it's Mike Gill, and I wanted to share with you how I've been cashing in on the PropSwap sports bets resale app. On average, sellers on PropSwap have been making $500 a month. It's easy. Just post all your betting tickets for sale on PropSwap and let them find you a buyer. Listing your ticket is always free, and if it sells, great. But if not, the bet is still yours to keep. If you're not selling sports bets on PropSwap, you're missing out on incredible side hustle. Start making extra money today by downloading the PropSwap app and selling your sports bets.
Hey, bro. I don't think I can help you move Saturday. My back is really bugging me. I just don't think I can handle it. Sorry.
Hey, dude, it's John. I know I told you I'd be able to help you move. I think Michelle's really mad at me for something. What's that, honey? Oh, dude, I gotta go. Sorry, man.
Call Clark's Moving and Storage in South Jersey for your next local or long-distance move. Clark's, dependable and always shows up. Call 609-889-0780.
If you're very quiet, you can hear it. The joy, the freedom, the crunch. From 100% whole grain oats. Stay outside longer with Nature Valley Oats and Honey Crunchy Granola Bars. We are better outside.
You can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 97.3ESPN.com.
Korkmaz recovers on the rebound. Sixers going right to left on the break. Korkmaz a 5-0 into the corner. Scott, 3-ball. Mike Scott got it. Oh, yeah. The Sixers take the lead, and they've not led since the opening quarter of play. They led 8-7, and now they lead 95-92. Mike Scott from deep.
That was Tom McGinnis last night, late in the game. We've got some tremendous calls microphone. Tom McGinnis from last night's game. That was a Mike Scott 3 in the corner. Mike Scott gives the Sixers a 3-point lead there. Big 3 late in the game as it gave the Sixers their first lead. They win 131-123. Embiid, 40 points, 19 rebounds, and the step-back 3 that was maybe – was the only guy in the league that could do that. He's the only guy in the league that could do what he did last night. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Text board. Comments coming in. I don't know what Chris is saying here, that hindsight is 20/20. That would be accurate, hindsight being 20/20, if I was someone who said this isn't going to work, this is going to be terrible. No, I've been on board since day one. I don't care that they lost for 2.5 years, because I'm at peace knowing that during that time frame that they lost those games, I wasn't getting anything better than a first-round exit. So I was willing to say, you know what? I will sacrifice the first-round exit or not making the playoffs at all and being, 38, 40-win team, and I'll win 10 games over 38. Because if I win 10 games, I can get Joel Embiid. If I win 19 games, I can get Joel Embiid. If I win 38 games, I'm not getting Joel Embiid. So I will sacrifice and take the 10-72 games, 10-72 season to get my chance at landing Joel Embiid. Now I get Joel Embiid. Brendan's checking in, watching on YouTube. Says, I won't tell you my team, but I have thoroughly enjoyed the 76ers all year, and last night was monster. Well, I don't know that whatever team that you like matters in this situation. You're enjoying watching a team that's not your favorite team. Why? Because they have the best player in the league right now. Now, I don't know if you draft a team. Are you going to draft Joel Embiid first? Are you going to draft him over Durant, LeBron? I don't know how many other guys in the league you're taking. Where are you putting Joel Embiid? Joshua Stewart is watching the show on YouTube. He says, as a competitor, it was hard to see my team lose year after year, but the process was worth it because look how this team is playing. Thank you, Sam Hinkie. Put it this way, Josh. I agree with you. As a competitor, it stinks going into that year saying we're not really playing to win basketball games. But let's be honest with ourselves. Whether they did the process or they just went into the season as they normally would have, did you think that team was going to make it worth your while? Of course not. Of course not. The reason they did what they did is because you went into the season not thinking they could do anything. They might not have been 10-win bad, but being 38-win bad doesn't do anything either. Always Testy's watching over at YouTube. He says, the losing was tough, but I enjoyed watching the players grow from game to game. It also made college basketball more meaningful to me. He adds, I would rather be at the bottom than the middle of the pack in the NBA. Well, that's obvious. Yes. Here's another thing. Like, you look around the league, and they were talking about this a little bit a couple nights ago. TJ McConnell has a job in this league because of the process. Who was it the other night? Jakar Sampson was playing for somebody. He got that opportunity because of playing in those games. Robert Covington was discovered playing in those particular process years. There were guys that got rolled. Jeremy Grant is a tremendous player in the league right now. He got that opportunity to get those minutes to play because of what the Sixers did. So I wouldn't trade back those years at all. I have Joel Embiid. I have Ben Simmons. I wouldn't trade those years back. If you told me we could go back in time and you could go through the 10-win season again, or I'll give you a 43-win season, I'll take the 10-win season back. Thank you very much. I would go and take the 10-win season, and I'd do it every single time. There's not one time that I would say, you know what, I'll take the 44-win season and be the 7th seed and get my brains beat in by the 2 seed and get knocked out of the playoffs. I have Joel Embiid. I think the year they got Joel Embiid, they won 18 games, maybe 19. It was either 18 or 19. They get Joel Embiid. I would do that year and repeat it over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, rather than be a 44-win team that gets knocked out in the first round of the playoffs. No question in my mind. If I get Joel Embiid, if the end result is I get Joel Embiid, now if the end result is you don't get Joel Embiid, then it's not worth it. You got Joel Embiid. It's worth it. No one said you were definitively going to get that player. You lost to get that player. Here's the difference. You haven't continued losing. There's a lot of teams that lose, and they get draft picks, and they continue losing because they don't get the best player in the league. You have to get the best player in the league for this to work. You can't just get, hey, we have the first pick in the draft. I got John Wall. Not good enough. Hey, we got the first pick in the draft, and I got Karl Anthony Towns. Not good enough. The player has to turn into one of the top 5 players in basketball. Karl Anthony Towns is good. He's not one of the top 5 players in the league. John Wall is good. He's not one of the top 5 players in the league. If you lose and that player isn't good enough to elevate your franchise, then the losing's not worth it. The Sixers losing was worth it because you now have the best player in the league. And if he's not the best, he's in the top 3. That's why it's worth it. Over on the text board, in order to have a chance to win a championship, you have to get to the championship. So, no, the process have not worked. That's incorrect. See, if your only criteria for this working is winning a championship, then obviously you don't think this is going to work. If they don't win a championship, but then you can't sit here and say, well, I like Joel Embiid. If you're going to say that, like you only can win a championship for this to be considered a success, then you can't be the same guy who says, I like Joel Embiid. There's no guarantee that you're going to win a championship. If you're saying the only success and criteria is winning a championship, then of course you're going to think it's a failure. But the only reason you think they have a shot to win a championship is because of what they did. That's it. Otherwise, you'd be the same miserable curmudgeon that says, I don't care about them. They get knocked out in the first round every year. Can't have it both ways, dude. 609-403-0973. Keep the messages coming in. I will read them off coming up. I will continue to throw your comments up on the screen for those of you watching on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Danuch, Gill, believe it or not, I agree with you. Is that a first? Is that the only time you agree with me? I think we've agreed on other things. Watching Hollis Thompson airball corner threes was worth it for Embiid and Simmons. Sadly, Hollis Thompson is probably still one of the better three-point shooters this franchise has. They still need more shooting. Maybe Hollis is jacking some up in the Grease League or something. But I'm glad to know that you agree with me. But I don't think that's a first. I think we've agreed on other things, right? All right, get involved with the show. And that's what I want to know. If you hated the process, do you now think it was worth it? Watching Joel Embiid, does it make you feel that it's worth it? Follow me on Twitter, @MikeGill And coming up, Kevin Kincaid inside the Sixers, 320. I know he thinks it's worth it. He's a smart man. Back with more.
Turn it on. Leave it on. The Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
A message from your neighbors and friends at First Bank. We've been serving residents and businesses of Sea Isle City and the surrounding communities for more than 130 years. Today's challenges, while unique, are another opportunity to show our strength and resilience. Our commitment to you remains strong. Whether it's using our drive-through services, bank by phone, the First Bank mobile app, or online banking, we're staying strong with you. Be safe and be secure. First Bank, here for you.
Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
That meeting's starting at 4. Can I get those projections?
Indeed knows unexpected growth can stretch your business thin.
Karen, do these numbers look right to you?
Like at Mia's research firm, to hit client deadlines, she needs to get started hiring right away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. And the moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get a $75 credit for your first sponsored job post. Terms and conditions apply.
Want professional tax prep at a great value? Jackson Hewitt has an offer you won't want to miss. For a limited time, we'll prepare your federal taxes for as little as $48 and no more than $179. That's right. Get federal taxes done for you by skilled Jackson Hewitt tax pros in Walmart for as little as $48 and no more than $179. This offer won't last. Offer expires March 15th. Stop by Jackson Hewitt in Walmart and get your coupon code and details. That's Jackson Hewitt, conveniently located in Walmart.
Okay, sports fans, JR here from WagerPro.com. And guys, I've got exciting news. We've uncovered huge information on this big mismatch tonight happening at the Boston Garden between Toronto and Boston. Guys, call this number now. It's absolutely free. The point spread winner on a 30-second recording. Call 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-FREE. The point spread winner of this huge matchup between Toronto and Boston, absolutely free from the nation's leader when it comes to handicapping, WagerPro.com. Call the toll-free number, get the winner on a 30-second recording, absolutely free. Toronto versus Boston. Call now, 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. Dial it, 800-499-FREE. And visit WagerPro.com.
Switch to T-Mobile for Business and get up to 90 days of service free via virtual rebate on your business plan. You get a great deal, the largest 5G network, and first-class benefits like Microsoft 365 on us. It's better for business and only with T-Mobile for Business. Limited time offer. Stop in store for details. Plus taxes and fees for some plans. Virtual Express MasterCard within 8 weeks of receipt of valid submission. Complete port within 60 days. See T-Mobile.com for 5G devices, coverage, and plan details.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Well, as the world's blandest man, the idea of insurance made for me is almost riveting.
Big fan of beige?
I find other neutrals too unpredictable.
That's cool. Liberty Mutual's just here to protect your home with customized insurance.
And here we've got my doorstop collection.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Hi, I'm Brian Peterson at Made Anew Home Remodeling. The events of the past few months have been something most of us have never known. Let's reflect on some of the good things. Time spent with family, extra meals around the dinner table, playing games in the house, and quality time in our homes. If you need help transforming your space to create more beautiful memories, then reach out to me. Visit madeanewhomeremodeling.com.
To learn more about this and other featured businesses on the New Jersey Business Exchange, visit 973ESPN.com.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
Harris catches it against O'Neal. 8 to shoot. Left-hand dribble to the right of the lane. Backing, turning, hanging, firing. It's good. Tobias Harris. He can't be stopped in OT. Sixers by 3. Utah ball. 93 seconds to go. 126-123. Harris now at 19.
There you go. That was Tom McGinnis last night on 97.3 ESPN. As you move forward, the Sixers at the All-Star break are first place in the East. Like, if you watch Tobias Harris and not see that he's a different player, it's mystifying to me. Look, I was not a big Harris fan. Totally will be transparent about that. Very indecisive player. Has changed. He's changed. Give it to him. Give him credit. Guy's worked on it. It's not that he worked on his game. He's worked on the mental toughness part. He now has confidence. He has a confidence level that his game is good enough that he can do these things. He was a good player, but he wasn't a good player when you needed him to be a good player. I don't know if he's going to come up big in the playoffs. Came up big last night against the best team in the league. Give him credit. Give him credit. It's okay for people to say, hey, I was on one side of the fence, and I've changed my opinion. Why? Because that player has made me change my opinion. He has played to a level that has forced me to have to say I, at that point, did not think he could do this. Not that you were wrong. You didn't think he could do it. And now he's proving you wrong. He can do it. And he's better than you're giving him credit for. Harris, right now, is playing at a level that he could be. I don't want to say that you can count on him in the playoffs because I don't know that. But right now, he's not a problem for me. Over on the text board, it almost feels like you think the process was your idea. That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. No, I don't think it was my idea. I think this was something that people like me who supported the process were asking for them to do for a long time because we were tired of watching teams be the 42-42 team getting knocked out in the eighth, in the first round as the 8th seed or the 7th seed. So no, it's not my idea, but I certainly embrace the idea. Right? I embrace the idea, not my idea. But I will say this. The thought process of, do I want to get stuck in the middle and feel that I can figure out my way out of the middle? To me, it's a much harder way. It's, again, the process or losing games and being bad is not an original idea. I think what the Sixers did is they took it to an extreme. They took it to an extreme that they said, we're going to strip this down and basically start like an expansion franchise. And I don't have a problem with that. And again, they lost for 2.5 years. People are acting like they took 2 decades. They lost for 2.5 years. And for those 2.5 years, nobody there would have cared about them if they were the 8th seed and won 42 games. You cling on to this. Whoa, you know who they were. Stop acting like they were going to be anything better than the 7 or 8 seed. Come on. You sound ridiculous. For 20 years, they were stuck in the middle. Then all of a sudden in 2013, if they just would have kept doing what they were doing, it was all going to click for them and they were going to go on some magical run. Of course not. Of course not. So, look, they did what they did to get Joel Embiid. That's what they did. Mike, stop saying Joel Embiid is the best player in the league because you don't become the best player in the league in the regular season, or Giannis will be the best after back-to-back MVPs, but he's not. Let's see what Embiid does in the playoffs where it really matters. He's top 5, but LeBron, well, that's what I said. I said he's a top 5 player. If he's the MVP, he's voted as the best player in the league. You're being too literal. Stop being literal. You sound ridiculous. Is he the best player in the league? I said that earlier. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure if you were picking rosters, you'd probably take Kevin Durant, LeBron James, maybe. I don't think I'd even take Giannis over. I wouldn't take Giannis over Joel Embiid. I'm not a big Giannis guy. I mean, I'm not saying he stinks or doesn't deserve to be the MVP, but when I say you're the best player in the league, it means you're going to be the MVP of the league, not that you are the best player in the league. That's being literal. Literal people stink. Josh, that's not you. I don't like literal. But he's the best player in the league, meaning he's going to win the MVP. That doesn't mean if you were starting a franchise. And by the way, if you were starting a franchise, there might be some teams that say, I'll take Joel Embiid first. I mean, if you're taking age out of it, LeBron James is probably still the guy. But if you're taking age under consideration, who are you putting? Luka? I mean, Joel Embiid right now is probably playing at a higher level than Luka Doncic is. I mean, Kevin Durant isn't on the court, so I can't really factor him in. What player in the league right now are you legitimately saying is the number one player? Right now, it's Joel Embiid. He had 40 points and 19 rebounds last night. And you might say, okay, he has 30 points and 10 rebounds almost every single night of the week. Almost every night. I mean, literally what he is doing, it's insane. I'm telling you. And I was a huge Iverson fan. Joel Embiid is 7 foot tall. He's averaging 30 points a game, almost 12 rebounds. The team needs a 3 late in the game, they go to him. Everything is going through him now. I mean, he has gotten to the point now where you need a basket, go to me. I'll get to the line. He gets to the free throw line an absurd amount. And he hits his free throws. I mean, he's 85% from the free throw line. This is what you lost for to get this player. This is it. This is what you lost for. He gets to the line. You ready for this? 12 times a game. He gets to the line 12 times a night. 12. He takes 18 shots a game. He gets to the line 12 times. That's 30 times he takes shots in the course of a game. And the funny part is he only averages 33 minutes a game. It's not like he's some guy that plays monster minutes. So if you look at it, who else should be in the MVP consideration right now? LeBron James and the Lakers, they've lost, 8 out of 10 or 6 out of 8 or something like that. No AD. LeBron, hey, take a sip. Hasn't happened. And LeBron, by the way, is having a great year. I think right now the top 2 guys are Harden and Embiid. And I don't know that it's close. I mean, Luka, you could say, is playing well, but that he's not going to win the MVP on a 500 team. Giannis has won 2 years in a row. They're not going to give it to him a 3rd year in a row if Embiid's playing like this. And the Sixers finish ahead of the Bucks in the standings. So I don't even know how else you could give it to. Seriously. At this stage, who else could you give it to? I like this one. A 7-foot shooting guard. What a time to be alive, right? A 7-foot shooting guard. And all you need is him to be, he should have played at Georgetown. A 7-foot guard out of Georgetown. And he played at Kansas. He ruined it. I'm telling you right now, I have more fun watching Joel Embiid play than I did Allen Iverson. And that's hard for me because I loved Iverson. Huge Iverson fan. I'm having more fun watching Joel Embiid. And honestly, I don't know that it's close. Embiid, by the way, not only, and Iverson was a good, he wasn't a great defensive player, but he was regarded as a good defensive player because he got a lot of steals. You know, he'd get in the passing lane and take the steal and go coast to coast. Embiid's the best defensive player in the league. Off the ball. I mean, last night when they need a bucket late in the game, Embiid is out on the perimeter. He's following Mitchell. He blocks Mitchell's shot. They get the rebound again. He alters another shot. I mean, he was literally playing as if it is me against these 5, and I am going to chase all 5 of you guys around. I thought last night may have been one of the most complete games that he had ever played that I have ever seen him play. Really. I'm telling you. I mean, Embiid's had bigger games. He's had bigger, more demonstrative offensive nights. The way he scored last night, the variety of ways that he scored last night. And look, the frustrating part is like a couple of years back, it's like that whole thing where he went with Shaq and Barkley and they told him that and then he had the big game right after that. And it was like, see, when Barkley told him, he listened to Barkley. And then he didn't listen to Barkley. He didn't listen to anybody. You know why? Because Joel was immature and wasn't ready. It's okay to say, look, he was a young guy who wasn't ready. I'm sure at 24 years old, you did a lot of things that you weren't ready to do. And then at 26, you're like, man, you know, a couple of years ago, I couldn't see myself doing this. At 24, Joel, an immature guy. At 26, much more well-rounded. It's amazing. It's amazing. I got to tell you, it's a lot of fun. Embiid's not a lock to win. Nobody said he's a lock to win the MVP. Do you listen? Do you listen at all? Joel Embiid is not a lock to win the MVP. James Harden's averaging whatever he's got. If Joel Embiid and the Sixers are the number 1 seed, Joel Embiid's averaging 30 a game and 11 rebounds. He's going to win the MVP. Okay? He's going to win the MVP. If Joel Embiid and the Sixers are the number 1 seed and he averages 30 points and 12 rebounds, he's going to win the MVP. No one's saying he's a lock. And I literally just said it's Embiid and it's Harden. They're the two guys right now. They're the two guys that are in for the MVP. They're my top two candidates. And other than those two, I don't think there's anybody else that's really even close. It's Embiid and it's Harden. And if the season, if it was to be right now, Embiid would win it over Harden. That's my opinion. It's not a lock. I mean, it's crazy that people hear what they want to hear. Joel Embiid is not a lock to win the MVP, but I don't think there's very many people in the conversation. I just said it's Embiid and it's Harden. Other than those two guys, I think LeBron is going to be in the conversation, but I don't think his, right now, his numbers aren't better than Embiid. Embiid's averaging 30 points and 11 rebounds. And oh, by the way, he averages a block and a half a game. And he averages a steal and a half a game. It's crazy. The numbers are crazy. So no, I didn't say that Embiid is a lock to win the MVP. I said he's the favorite, and I don't think there's very many people in the conversation. James Harden would be in the conversation. He would be one of the guys that I think would be in the conversation. One of those two guys would be the favorites. I would say Embiid. I don't know. Go to a betting site. Go find out who it is. Go check out DraftKings and see who they have as the betting favorite to win. By the way, the Sixers are 23-7 with Embiid on the floor. Okay? The Nets are 17-6 when Harden plays. I mean, any voter that looks at that and looks at the numbers, I mean, to me, I'm giving Harden the credit, by the way. I'm giving Harden the credit. But his resume is not anywhere close to Embiid's. So I'm not saying Embiid's a lock to win the MVP, but what I am saying is he's the favorite, and I don't think there's too many people that are in the same stable as him. All right, more of your text messages coming up, 609-403-0973. Hey, I want to tell you about my friends over at Trifecta Therapeutics. It's the premier sports rehab and performance center. I've been telling you, they're located centrally. Anyone in South Jersey that can hear me, they're right in Glassboro. They've got their doors open to anyone who is in need of rehab therapy, post-op treatment, pain relief, and more. Whether you're a weekend warrior, finely tuned athlete, or competing at the highest professional or college level, Trifecta helps the pros and the Joes. Find out more about the incredible team at Trifecta Orthopedics in Glassboro and how they can help you. Online at TrifectaTherapeutics.com. More Sports Bash coming up.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tonight on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app with Tim Saunders and Steve Coates calling all the play-by-play action.
He scored!
The Flyers are in Pittsburgh to face the Penguins tonight. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey on the radio home of the Flyers in South Jersey, 97.3 ESPN, and listen live on the free mobile app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? You're probably looking for some fuel treatment. It cleans your fuel system to help your engine run smoother, and that means better gas mileage. Right now, you can get 2 bottles of Lucas Complete Fuel Treatment for just $8, plus a $1 bonus reward if you're an AutoZone Rewards member. Not a member? Don't worry. We can sign you up fast right here or on AutoZone.com. Getting the job done just got easier. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Switch to T-Mobile for Business and get up to 90 days of service free via virtual rebate on your business plan. You get a great deal, the largest 5G network, and first-class benefits like Microsoft 365 on us. It's better for business and only with T-Mobile for Business. Limited time offer. Stop in-store for details. Plus taxes and fees for some plans. Virtual Express MasterCard within 8 weeks of receipt of valid submission. Complete port within 60 days. See T-Mobile.com for 5G devices, coverage, and plan details.
Okay, sports fans, JR here from WagerPro.com. And guys, I've got exciting news. We've uncovered huge information on this big mismatch tonight happening at the Boston Garden between Toronto and Boston. Guys, call this number now. It's absolutely free. The point spread winner on a 30-second recording. Call 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-FREE. the point spread winner of this huge matchup between Toronto and Boston, absolutely free from the nation's leader when it comes to handicapping, wagerpro.com. Call the toll-free number, get the winner on a 30-second recording, absolutely free. Toronto versus Boston. Call now, 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. Dial it, 800-499-FREE, and visit wagerpro.com.
And now a game of commercial chicken brought to you by Progressive, where we see how long Flo can go without talking about insurance. Ready? Go.
So, have you noticed how everyone's grammar is completely awful now? Like, the texting and the LOLs. Whatever happened to punctuation? I mean, drivers who switch to Progressive could save big.
Okay, you win. We can't help but save customers money. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
The NBA and Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin.
You have to be the best of the best to be the face of the league. It just can't be because of what you bring off the court.
Get inside the biggest stories.
They're going to be very cautious with how they bring AD along and bring him back.
Plus, the insiders come here to tell you what to expect next.
There was some swelling. He's going to get an MRI today.
The NBA is on. Keyshawn, J. Will, and Zubin. Weekday mornings at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ESPN News.
We know you're spending a lot of time at home, and maybe that home could use a little TLC. Since going to a home show isn't really a thing right now, 97.3 ESPN FM is bringing the home show to you. Local exhibitors have been setting up in a virtual show featuring the latest products and services for your home. Go to 973ESPN.com to find great articles on home improvement tips and trends. Thanks to our friends at Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Broadlees.net, your trusted source for 3 generations.
It's time for some straight talk. Your tax return could look different this year, but you're still going to hear a lot of noise about how to spend it. So when the big carriers tell you to splurge on the latest nonsense, just tune it out. With Straight Talk, you can get a Samsung Galaxy A51 for just $199. Plus, get the $45 unlimited talk, text, and data plan with no contract on America's best networks for up to 50% less. Tune out the nonsense and tune in to Straight Talk. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person happens to come along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free. In fact, ZipRecruiter is so effective that 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the very first day. And right now you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/max. That's ZipRecruiter.com/MAX. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire.
The radio home of the 76ers.
Simmons on a drive and down the lane with a right-hand jam.
WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City. 97.3 ESPN. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
All right, 3 o'clock here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, as we take you till 6 o'clock tonight. Flyers and Pens tonight. Kevin Durso previews the action at 6:20 tonight on game night. Sports Bash brought to you by Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, your local provider who makes it easy to upgrade your home and most efficiency energy equipment on the market. Plus, learn how to get a free furnace during the month of March only. Visit them online at broadlees.net. A lot of good Sixers conversation, two-way conversation. Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN. Mike, I've never seen the best player in the league get swept in the first round. That's funny because I don't remember saying that he was the best player in the league last year. That's another ridiculous statement. He wasn't the best player in the league last year. Not even close. But if you think he's the same player he was last year, that shows you how little that you know about what you're watching. Yeah, you are absolutely right. The best player does not get swept in the first round. He wasn't close to the best player in the league last year. He also didn't average 30 points a game and 11 rebounds last year. He wasn't near the same player that he was. To say that you never saw the best player get swept in the first round is just a way to say, I'm wrong, so I'm trying to find a way that I can try to justify my opinion. And you sound like a fool. To say that shows that you don't know anything about what you're talking about. To literally say, I've never seen the best player get swept in the first round. Nobody would say that Joel Embiid was the best player last year. He wasn't even close. Not even close. Last year, he averaged 23 points a game and 11, and actually has the same amount of rebounds. Wasn't even close to the same player. Not close. Shot 33% from three last year. You know what he's shooting from three this year? 41. So, yeah, you're absolutely right. Joel Embiid, not the best player in the league, probably not even in the top 10 last year. So, yeah, I've never seen the best player get swept in the first round either. Joel Embiid wasn't the best player in the league last year. But you know what? People evolve. People get better. And people change. And Joel Embiid has changed. And by the way, Michael Jordan was swept in the first round not once but twice. So furthering how ridiculous you sound. Right? Not once but twice, Michael Jordan. Shaq was swept in the first round with the Magic. I don't know that Shaq in 1994 was the best player in the league, but he got swept. So again, you sound like an idiot, which is very not surprising considering the phone number that this text message is coming from, because consistently you sound like a total fool. Best player in the league? Maybe. He could be the best player in the league if he wins the MVP. Guess what? A lot of people who know basketball way better than you would agree with me and think that you are the fool that you make yourself out to be on an almost daily basis. So I'm not going to pump the brakes on the best player in the league. I'm not saying he's the best player in the league, but if he wins the MVP, there's people that know basketball a hell of a lot better than you do who would say, you know what? He's the best player in the league. And if you win the MVP, that doesn't necessarily mean you are the best player in the league, but it means you are the player that's most important to your team. And I think if anything has been shown, if you take Joel Embiid off the Sixers, they probably will get swept in the first round. Literally get swept in the first round if you take Joel Embiid off this team. So if you want to talk about who the best player in the league is, you can find a guy that you like talent-wise better. You might say, I like LeBron James better, and he's the best player in the league talent-wise. That doesn't make him the MVP of the league. Different conversation. Joel Embiid is 7 foot tall. LeBron James, what he does is tremendous. He's 6'8". He's built like a brick you-know-what house. He is a generational player. Joel Embiid, what you're watching, this version of Joel Embiid, this one, the 2021 version, not the one from last year, not the one from the year before. The one that we're talking about is this one. This guy here, he's exactly what I've been saying for the last couple of years. He has the ability to do things that no one else in the league can do, and that includes LeBron James. And when I say that includes LeBron James, it doesn't mean that he's better than LeBron James. But there's one difference. LeBron James is not 7 foot tall. That's the difference. Joel Embiid can do things that no one else can do because he's 7 feet tall. No one else is 7 feet tall that can bring the ball up, dribble between their legs, go halfway down the paint, jump all the way back out to the three-point line, and hit a fadeaway three-point shot to tie the game and send it to overtime. You can't find another guy that can do that. You can't find a guy that gets to the line 12 times, that's 7 feet tall, who dominates the paint, who can score inside, who can score outside. LeBron James does all these things, and I'm not saying that LeBron is less than Embiid. I'm just saying Embiid has a lot of the skills and qualities that LeBron has, but he's bigger. LeBron's more skillful. He's got more talent. He's more skillful than Joel is. But at 7 feet tall, the things that Joel can do, when he realizes all this, he will be the best player on the best team. That doesn't mean you're the best player in the league, but you don't have to be the best player in the league. All you have to do is, I've said this over and over again, is can you be the best player on the best team? In other words, there's about 5 guys in the league, and the same guy who will text in will tell me that Steph Curry is in that list. And guess what? Steph Curry is on the Warriors, and they are the 8 seed. He ain't one of those players, and I told you that for years. He's great to watch. He's a tremendous shooter. He's a lot of fun, but you put Steph Curry on a team, and they are not all of a sudden the best team in basketball. You take Klay Thompson off that team, and you're the 8th seed. And I'm not saying Klay Thompson, it's the better player. I'm just saying that team is a sum of the parts team. It's like they could score all they want. You know, and this is where Brooklyn, they have these 3 guys that can score, but playoff basketball is a different animal. Can you outscore somebody? People forget that the Warriors had Draymond Green and Klay Thompson playing defense for them, 2 tremendous defensive players. Klay Thompson not being there is hurting 2 avenues. 1, takes another floor spacer and shooter off the court. That's obvious. But 2, they don't have the defense without Klay. They don't have the defense without Klay Thompson. And that's why this Warriors team, I've said for years, I like Steph Curry, but he ain't on the same level as LeBron James. Come on. Anybody who thought Steph Curry's on the same level as LeBron James, come on. You're insane. You get enamored by what Curry can do by himself, but he doesn't make the rest of the guys better. Curry as an individual talent and shooter is tremendous. But you're the 8th seed. If Steph Curry's your best player, right now you're the 8th seed. And I can say, well, they don't have this guy. Yeah. You know why? They need that guy. Steph Curry needs Klay Thompson to be the best team. He's got Draymond Green. He's got Wiseman, the 2nd pick in the draft, who's, raw and young. They have a team. They're missing Klay Thompson. Steph Curry's not good enough by himself. It's not a knock on him, but that's just not the player that he is. He's a 6'3" guard that can shoot it. He's not a great defender. He can take the ball to the rack. I mean, he's got a good handle, but he's a small guy. I mean, that shoots the lights out. That's 19 and 17 for you. There's a lot of those guys in the league. He happens to be the best of those guys. But, people said, oh, he's one of those guys. No, these are my guys. And in the NBA, there's only like 4 of them. If 4, I think I'm being generous. It's LeBron James. It's Kevin Durant. I don't even know that there's more than those 2. I mean, look at the teams that won the championship. They have LeBron James or Kevin Durant. And then those Warriors teams that had Curry. And again, it's not just Curry. It's Curry, Thompson, and Draymond. It was the collection of those guys. They are all upper echelon players, but none of them are singularly the guy that can win the championship for you. Who else wins the championship? It's LeBron, the Splash Brothers, and Durant. That's who wins the championship. Harden doesn't win the championship. He might now. Why? He's got Durant on the team. It makes it easier when you have Durant. By the way, another guy who got swept in the first round of the playoffs was Wilt. He was pretty good. So you could be the best player and get swept in the playoffs. Yeah. I mean, it sounds ridiculous, these things that people say. Sixers are 1-5 without Embiid this year, by the way. Thanks, Chris Crawford. I mean, just a lot of people out there just want to prove their point, and they just get stuck in a hole, and they'll say idiotic things to try to make that point. If you can't admit that you think Joel Embiid right now is playing at a level that he's never played at before, then that's a problem that you have, that you can't enjoy watching this guy play. And I hate that for you. I hate that you can't just say, you know what? This guy's a ton of fun to watch right now. That's unfortunate, right? It's unfortunate. If you're sitting there and saying, I need to find excuses and ways that I can make up to downplay what Joel Embiid is doing. Yeah, and LeBron James does things that Joel Embiid can't do. I totally agree with that. LeBron James is the best player in the league. He's the best player, the best, most talented player in the league. Right? He's the best player in the league. But that doesn't mean right now he's playing the best. If you were saying LeBron James in his prime at 28 years old, or Joel Embiid in his prime at 28 years old, which I don't even know what he's going to look like, I mean, Joel Embiid's averaging 30 points a game. I mean, I'm sure LeBron at 26 years old, I don't know. I got to go back and look at what kind of season LeBron James had when he was 26 years old. But I would imagine that Joel Embiid scoring 30 points and 11 rebounds and leading this team to the number 1 seed in the league is right there with them. I mean, to say that one is significantly better than the other, probably ridiculous. At 26 years old was LeBron's first year in Miami. He averaged 26 points, 6 rebounds, 7.5 rebounds, and 7 assists. So Joel Embiid's numbers are way better than LeBron's. But I don't have a problem saying LeBron. I don't know the point. Like LeBron, I think is a better overall player than Joel Embiid. But I'll tell you what, Joel Embiid, what he's doing right now, he's doing things that even LeBron can't do, and it's strictly because of the size. It's just like Steph Curry. Curry's great. The problem is he's too small. He can't carry a team all by himself. He needs some help. LeBron doesn't have to have Klay Thompson and Draymond Green on his team with him. He doesn't have to have that level of guy because, well, I guess he kind of does. He needed Kyrie. He needed Dwayne Wade. And he needed Anthony Davis. So I take that back. I mean, everybody needs something. But I think LeBron has proven plenty. But I don't have any problem saying that what Joel Embiid's doing right now at 7 feet tall, guys, people can't do this. Why is this so hard to admit what Joel Embiid's doing at 7 feet tall? I've never seen it happen before. Has anybody else? Can anybody else give me a guy that is 7 feet tall, not only 7 feet tall, but the bulk of Embiid doing what he's done? Anybody? I mean, just imagine if LeBron James was 7 foot tall, essentially. That's what LeBron James, that's what Joel Embiid's doing, in my opinion, right now. He is playing like LeBron James, but 7 feet tall. And that's why, for me, I think he's the MVP. I'm not saying he's a lock, but at the first half of the year, he's to me, the MVP. They're in first place. He's the best player on the best team in the Eastern Conference. He's got the best stats across the board in the league. I don't think there's anybody that's got numbers like him, 30 points, almost 12 rebounds. I don't know why anybody would fight that. To fight that is preposterous. Sports Bash is brought to you by Copiers Plus, providing quality products and services to South Jersey businesses since 1986. Service is their specialty, online at copiersplus.com. All right, when we come back inside the Sixers, we'll get some perspective on this from Kevin Kincaid and get his thoughts. I mean, does he think I'm wrong? Can he think of a 7 foot guy doing things that Joel Embiid is doing that I'm missing in the league? I mean, he went at Rudy Gobert, who's a 2-time Defensive Player of the Year last night, stuffed him in a suitcase and threw him down the baggage claim. Scored 30 on him last night. 2-time Defensive Player of the Year. There was a time he lowered his shoulder and Gobert just went flailing out of the way and Embiid just smashed one in his face. Like, this is the best the league has to offer for me? That's what it felt like last night. It was a coming out moment for Joel. 40 points, 19 rebounds. It was one of the most entertaining games. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. Watch the show live on our website, 97.3ESPN.com.
There's never an off season for the NFL. It's football at 4, every day at 4 p.m. on the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
A message from your neighbors and friends at First Bank. We've been serving residents and businesses of Sea Isle City and the surrounding communities for more than 130 years. Today's challenges, while unique, are another opportunity to show our strength and resilience. Our commitment to you remains strong. Whether it's using our drive-through services, bank by phone, the First Bank mobile app, or online banking, we're staying strong with you. Be safe and be secure. First Bank, here for you.
Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Recently, Total Wireless helped Charlie Michelle stage a virtual dance recital for her friends and family.
This event was super meaningful to them.
Because when you move to Total Wireless, you can get amazing devices on nationwide 5G. And with unlimited plans starting at $25 a month, you could save up to $1,200 a year.
Thank you, Total Wireless, for helping me pull this off.
Total Wireless. Do amazing. Compatible 5G device required. 5G network in limited areas. Month equals 30 days. Savings claim made when compared to 4-line postpaid plans of leading carriers 10-20-20. See terms and conditions at TotalWireless.com.
Okay, sports fans, JR here from WagerPro.com. And guys, I've got exciting news. We've uncovered huge information on this big mismatch tonight happening at the Boston Garden between Toronto and Boston. Guys, call this number now. It's absolutely free. The point spread winner on a 30-second recording. Call 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-FREE. The point spread winner of this huge matchup between Toronto and Boston, absolutely free. From the nation's leader when it comes to handicapping, WagerPro.com. Call the toll-free number. Get the winner on a 30-second recording, absolutely free. Toronto versus Boston. Call now. 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. Dial it. 800-499-FREE. And visit WagerPro.com.
Good morning, privates! Good morning, Drill Sergeant! I mean, seriously, what a pleasant morning. The sun is shining and the birds are chirping. You seem to be in a good mood today. Astute observation.
He's probably happy because he found out Honey Nut Cheerios help lower cholesterol as part of a heart-healthy diet.
They're even shaped like hearts. So, in lieu of the obstacle course today, I propose a nice meditative nature walk. Does that sound delightful to everyone?
Yes, Drill Sergeant! Happy Heart Shapes are back for a limited time. Learn more about Honey Nut Cheerios by picking up a box at your local store.
If you're struggling with a drug or alcohol addiction, now is the time to take action and get professional help. Call Recovery Centers of America at 1-888-RECOVERY today. You are worthy of recovery from your addiction, and calling RCA will be your first step in getting the help you need. Recovery Centers of America answers the phone and admits patients 24/7. And because safety is a top priority, all patients and staff are routinely tested for COVID-19. RCA's expert team of physicians and medical professionals will treat you with compassion and dignity and provide an evidence-based treatment plan that is custom tailored to your specific needs. Recovery Centers of America at Devon and Lighthouse are local and in-network with insurance providers, so they're best-in-class inpatient and outpatient care, offered both in-person and via teletherapy, is affordable and accessible. Make this the year you conquer your addiction. Call today, 1-888-RECOVERY. That's 1-888-RECOVERY.
If you're a first-time buyer, finding your first real home can feel like this.
Hot property. Not going to last long. Multiple offers. 30 or fixed. We need earnest money.
But a realtor has the expertise to strip away all the noise and focus on what really matters to you.
You're going to love this place. Great neighborhood. School is walkable. It even has a huge yard so Henry can practice his penalty kicks.
Finding the right place starts with you and a realtor with the expertise to make sure your voice is the only voice that matters. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors. That's who we are.
It's crunchy!
Creamy!
Sweet.
Salty.
Nature Valley sweet and salty peanut bars, bursting with crunchy peanuts, dipped in creamy nut butter coating.
Delicious.
Nature Valley.
You can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 97.3ESPN.com.
All right, inside the Sixers, we'll take a closer look at this Sixers team. Big win last night. They beat the Jazz, the number one team in the West. So the number one team in the East beats the number one team in the West, but either one of them the favorites at the midway point. Kevin Kincaid covers the 76ers and more for crossingbroad.com. He's also a fine West Virginia University alum, which puts him in a very high classification among guests of this program. And he joins us now on the Boardwalk Honda Hotline, as that was quite the performance from one Joel Embiid last night. Maybe kind of a put you on the map type of performance, would you say?
Well, I think when you drop 40 and 19 on the reigning defensive player of the year, I think it would probably erase any kind of question marks you have about, dodging any matchups or anything like that. That was kind of an all-time press conference from him after the game, wasn't it?
Yes. He was very entertaining in the press conference last night. For someone to say that he's the best player in the league right now, is that going overboard? Is that just sensationalizing because we watch him and see him all the time? Or do we legitimately say, like, if you were starting a team, I would take Joel Embiid because he's the best?
There's certainly, the local version of recency bias. We see him all the time, so we're biased to say that. Of course, there's some homerism when it comes to it. I just think, Mike, it's fascinating that he's doing what he's doing in this era of the NBA when it's a guard-dominated league and you're jacking up three-pointers and it's perimeter shooting, pick-and-roll game and stuff like that. The fact that you've got a 7-footer who ties the game in regulation on a step-back three-pointer on a broken play. He's shaking and baking Rudy Gobert, making him look like he's nobody. When you consider kind of what the league is now and what Joel Embiid is doing at his height and his weight, it's hard to say that the athletic things that he's pulling off are not at the highest level that would make him the best player in the league. It's apples and oranges if you're going to compare him to somebody like Steph Curry of 3 years ago. But when you consider what the NBA is now, how can you not be impressed with what you're watching?
Yeah, I literally was just thinking, I said, I can't think of it. Like, it's like if LeBron James was 7 feet tall. Like, that's essentially all I can come up with is if LeBron James was 7 foot tall, he would be what Joel Embiid is doing right now, being able to put the ball on the floor, score in the paint, shoot a three. Doesn't mean he's a great three-point shooter, although he's 41%. But it's the skill that he's showing as if like LeBron James was 7 foot.
No, it's exactly what it is. And, anybody who's played sports at any level is quite capable of knowing like what a person should be able to do and should not be able to do. And everything that Joel is doing at his size and his weight and his athletic build is, goes against what we have traditionally believed that athletes like him are capable of doing. They're running, Mike, these actions where they're not even really actions. You can call it a delay action if you want. They basically just throw the ball to Joel Embiid on the perimeter and say, do your thing, which is insane to think about because, you and I talked about this like over the last year or two, probably of my appearances on this show, the idea of the Sixers not really having a closer or like a perimeter creator. Like you're not just going to throw the ball to a guy like a Damian Lillard and let him create on the perimeter. Well, in the last couple of games, that's exactly what they're doing with Joel Embiid. It's insane to think about. You get back to the Cleveland game from Saturday night where he had the final look in regulation. They just threw him the ball at the three-point line and they ran ISO. They ran ISO with the 7-foot, which is ridiculous.
Yeah.
But the fact is he's added that he's now able to get to his spots from higher starting points. You don't just have to throw him the ball in the paint. So the fact that he's added all of this stuff to his game and he's playing like a guard at 7 feet is insane. And I think people can't take that for granted and just need to take a step back and say, this is something that's really special that we're watching right now.
And not only that, Kevin Kincaid, Crossing Broad, covers the Sixers. He's 26 with very little background. I can't imagine what he's going to be like 2 years from now.
No, I know. He's just entering his prime. That's the crazy thing to think about. And, not just the scoring, not just the rebounding, but the way he looks at the game. He made a comment the other night where he felt like the game was slowing down for him. And when you look at his, per 36 turnover numbers, they are like 0.01 away from being a career low. He's got that turnover number down. The way that he's passing out of double teams and seeing the floor, this is stuff that plagued him over the years. And, I think the fascinating thing about Joel, and I don't really have any way to quantify this or put data behind it, but as well as I do, Mike, that he was always kind of an emotional roller coaster guy who seemed to feed off the fans and sort of play up with the crowd and down with the crowd, up the competition and down the competition. And that's totally gone away because the fans ain't there.
Yeah.
So he's doing all this stuff sort of in an automatic, like isolated, like vacuum of a situation. And I think that's the most fascinating thing about it.
Okay. Who's more important to the ceiling and how far this team can go, Kevin? Ben Simmons or Tobias Harris?
Tobias Harris, because they need his scoring to stay consistent. They've proven that they can win with Ben the way that he plays every night. And I don't think the jump shot is going to be a thing. Look, if you're closing through Embiid and Harris and you're okay with just sticking Ben in the dunker spot and he doesn't have to be a player down the stretch and he can just defend, then that's okay. If you remember the final possessions that they had in regulation last night, Wednesday night, Joel Embiid took a 3-pointer, and then on 5 straight possessions, they just went straight at Gobert. Embiid had 3 of them, and then Tobias Harris had the next one. And then in overtime, Tobias scored 11 of their points. So if they have another legitimate scoring option in Tobias, if he's the 1B and Embiid's the 1A, they don't need Ben Simmons to do any of the things that we've been yelling for him to do over the last 3 years.
Which is something that I've been saying for a while now, is I've come at peace with Ben doesn't need to score 20, 25, 18. If he scores 11 and this guy has 25, then okay, that's it. That's what it is. He contributed a lot to those 25 points a lot. So what are we seeing from Simmons now? Like, has he evolved his game? Because some people say, well, his game's still the same. Is it the same? Is he different in this offense than he was in Brett's offense? Like, when you watch Ben Simmons, are you seeing a different player or just a older version of the young kid that we saw the first couple of years?
Just an older version of the same guy who's kind of fine-tuned the things that he was already good at. Now he's hitting that little hook shot with regularity. He always took that little like garbage little 5-footer in the paint, but now it looks a lot better. He's even a better defender than he was now. When he's driving and kicking, he's less out of control when he runs into that 2-man wall at the top of the foul line. So I think our frustration with him is not that there's no growth; it's that the growth is in marginal areas that he was already good at. When we're like, okay, when are you going to shoot the ball? But I mean, maybe we just got to level with ourselves and say that's not coming. Because his floor is really damn good. It's our frustrations that we think he's been the same player that he's been from day one, but the player from day one was a really good player.
It's like, Kevin, to get the best out of Ben, you need to have better complementary pieces.
Yeah.
Well, you get the best out of him. If you're expecting more from him personally, hey, you got to score more, you got to do more, you're going to be disappointed. But to get the best version of Ben is to get better people around him. And like I said before, like, Seth Curry is an average player that's turned into a good player because he's playing it. Like, if you take Ben off the team, Seth Curry's not helping you all that much.
No, and look, I know people are frustrated with the drive, jump in the air, spin around, and throw the ball back out to the perimeter. But if Seth Curry and Danny Green hit 5 of 8 of those sequences, then that's worth 15 points right there. So, again, like, people can say that they're frustrated with the way that Ben plays, but there's a lot of truth to a quote that Elton Brand said from 2 years ago, where he said, Ben's not necessarily looking to shoot jump shots. He's looking to make the highest percentage play. And the fact of the matter is that sometimes the highest percentage play is collapsing 2 people in the paint, jumping in the air, doing a 360, and throwing the ball out to the corner for the 44% 3-point shooter. So I know it's annoying to watch, but like, the reality of it is that that's not a bad play.
And that to me, I don't think people appreciate how good he is at, and I don't know why teams do it. Why do the teams send another guy to him if you know he doesn't want to shoot? Because he almost baits you into it. He's so patient down there sometimes, where he'll go down to the paint and then he turns his back as if like, oh gosh, I'm trapped. And it's almost like, come on. Because the second you take that step towards me, I'm going to fire that pass and find that guy. And now he has guys that can hit that shot where he didn't before.
And they've both added it. He's doing better at that. Joel has now added that to his game as well. You're going to throw that dig. For listeners who don't know what I'm talking about, like, a dig is like you kind of show a double, you go towards the guy, then you come back, then you go towards the guy and you come back, so you try to bait him, right? So that's what a dig is. You throw those digs, those doubles or whatever. Like, Joel and Ben have become elite at recognizing that. And now that you have shooters around him, you can punish them. You didn't used to be able to do it. You couldn't do that last year. So it was drive and kick. And then it was Al Horford standing there in the corner. So, it just didn't work for what they had last year, which was why Daryl Morey, with limited resources, just tried to rebuild the 2017 squad.
So Daryl Morey's a big factor now. In your opinion, if he's on the phone at the All-Star break, what is his first, replacement that he needs here? What does he have to get?
I mean, I just think you need another bench piece, another consistent bench scorer. Because they just have not – look, when you get to the playoffs, your rotation in crunch time in the second round, it's only going to be 7 guys. Okay, so who are they bringing off the bench in Toronto? James Ennis and Greg Monroe for like 4 minutes, right? So if they get consistency out of Shake Milton, that's great, but they need that one more guy off the bench. I think the starting lineup's good enough to beat anybody, honestly. Like, I would not do the Kyle Lowry trade. not for what these ridiculous prices that people are talking about. Like, am I insane here? People, 34-year-old guy on an expiring contract, and we're talking about throwing in a Thibault or Maxey and a first-round pick. Like, holy crap! There's no way that I would ever do something like that.
Well, and Thibault, to me, like if you're matched up with Brooklyn, he is a difference maker possibly in that particular series. Yes. I don't want to try to outgun Brooklyn. I want to try to stop them. Thibault helps me stop them. Adding Lowry makes me want to have to outgun them.
Even with Matisse Thybulle on the floor against Brooklyn, you're still going to score a ton of points on that team because they got nothing defensively. So it's like, you got Ben Simmons on Harden. We'll put like Matisse Thybulle, or Matisse. The three guys there would be put Danny Green on one of them, put Matisse Thybulle on one of them, put Ben Simmons on the other one, and then put 7-foot Joel Embiid behind them. I think they're fine. I honestly think they're fine because even if you win that game 145 to 135, that's the expected. Because I mean they've got three of the best scorers of all time. There's no shame in playing that kind of game.
And the big difference, like if you look at those Warriors teams, they scored a lot of points, but they had Clay and Draymond. They had defensive players. The Nets don't have that. Like, so they are going to have to win 145, 138. Where the Warriors could score in those great years that they had, Kevin, they had guys who could get you stops. Klay Thompson's one of the best perimeter defenders in the league. Draymond Green's tremendous. The Nets don't have that. So if I'm the Sixers, I don't know. Like, I know a lot of people like Morey had Ariza. He's a buyout guy.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if you make a call and say, hey, let me just get another defensive guy. It's like let's just
maybe you get JJ Redick on a buyout too. I mean, there's other options there. Yeah, I don't think they got to go crazy. I don't think that it's funny because like people were telling me that Tyrese Maxey was untouchable in a James Harden trade, but then they're saying like I'm hearing like multiple first-round picks for Kyle Lowry. I'm like, look, if you're saying that the stakes in a Harden trade and a Kyle Lowry trade are the same, I must be living in Seinfeld's bizarro world here, because that would be the most like ridiculous thing of all time. But allow me to answer a question with a question. If I'm giving you the Eastern Conference right now and you're the 76ers, who legitimately are you afraid of right
now? Well, I mean, I guess if Anthony Davis is back, I'm not saying I'm afraid, but that would probably
be in the Eastern Conference. I'm sorry, who in the Eastern Conference?
I thought you were saying I'm giving you the East, meaning you've won the East. Then
okay.
Yeah, I mean, Milwaukee's been tough because they haven't been together all that much. And by the way, so who knows? Milwaukee's had this reputation of taking the regular season almost too seriously. Have they dialed that back a little bit? I don't know.
Yeah, that's true. And, I think that they're hard to evaluate because Giannis has had a couple less than stellar postseasons. So are we just taking that for granted? Are we just assuming that they're going to fold again in the playoffs? I don't know. Remember, I think everybody forgets it. Like, the Sixers built a team last year that was supposed to compete with the Bucks, and that matchup never happened anyway.
Right.
So,
exactly.
But I still feel comfortable with the combination of Joel Embiid and Dwight Howard being able to do enough to slow down Giannis if they got him in a playoff series.
Yeah, and Giannis, look, I'm not a hater of Giannis. I just feel like that lack of shot and him being the guy holds them back. And I don't think they have enough around him to pick up the fact that he is just not a great shooter, but he's the main shooter for that team. Like, Ben's not a great shooter, but he's got other guys around him that they don't need him to be the shooter. The Bucks need Giannis to score and be the shooter. The Sixers don't need Ben to be the scorer and the shooter. That's the difference.
The biggest issue, and you and I have talked about this probably 100 times over the last 3 years, is that it's not about any other team. It's about the Sixers themselves. And how many times did we say last year, they just got to get into the playoffs with everybody healthy. They got to load manage Embiid to get there healthy. How many games did the starting lineup play together last year? Like halfway through the season, they played like 9 games together or something like that. So honestly, if you're asking me straight up, if you can deliver a healthy starting lineup, as it looks right now to the playoffs, I would take the Sixers over anybody. The question is just, they're going to play 36 games in 67 days or something like that. Yeah. So people just got to get ready for Embiid to start sitting a little bit because it's going to happen. Don't be disappointed. It's just going to have to happen.
They got a brutal stretch in there, and the Nets are on their tails, and the Nets have not played all that much together. So it will be interesting to see. Kevin Kincaid crossing broad. Sixers at the break, first place in the East. They will be back on Thursday night against the Bulls to start the second half, and you can hear that game right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Kevin, good to see you, man.
Anytime, Mike. You are a great Mountaineer.
Thank you. You too. Kevin Kincaid, Crossing Broad, and he, like August, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. That's us Mountaineers like to stick together. I think they play tonight against TCU. I will be highly invested. I think WVU could be in play for a 2 seed in this tournament. I'm all in on the NCAA tournament. Hopefully, if you're watching the show, we got a lot of people chatting over in the comments section there. You can hit us up on the text board, 609-403-0973. Sammy, let's roll with this lineup and keep the core add next year, man. They're going to add something. They're definitely going to add something. Sammy also says, I've come to peace with no jump shot from Ben too, Gill. Shalom. Thank you for joining me. He also says this. He's like a point guard Rodman. You must have read my article at 973ESPN.com when I compared Ben Simmons to Rodman, a Hall of Fame player who doesn't score like a Hall of Famer. You could be a Hall of Fame player and not have to score like a Hall of Famer. That's Ben Simmons. Back with more Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tonight on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app with Tim Saunders and Steve Coates calling all the play-by-play action. The Flyers are in Pittsburgh to face the Penguins tonight. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey on the radio home of the Flyers in South Jersey, 97.3 ESPN, and listen live on the free mobile app.
This is Cape May County Commissioner Len Desiderio. We are making progress in the fight against COVID. Please get tested and quarantine if you are positive to prevent the spread. Testing remains very important to our efforts. Everyone is frustrated by the slow supply of vaccine, but we are working with the state to get more doses to Cape May County, and we thank you for your patience. Make sure you are registered with the state at covidvaccine.nj.gov or call 855-568-0545 for personal assistance. COVID has used up so much of our patience, but we need just a little more. Thank you for all of your hard work. Now we have to finish strong, safely together.
Brought to you by AutoZone. Free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes AutoZone America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
Okay, sports fans, JR here from WagerPro.com. And guys, I've got exciting news. We've uncovered huge information on this big mismatch tonight happening at the Boston Garden between Toronto and Boston. Guys, call this number now. It's absolutely free. The point spread winner on a 30-second recording. Call 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-FREE. The point spread winner of this huge matchup between Toronto and Boston, absolutely free. From the nation's leader when it comes to handicapping, WagerPro.com. Call the toll-free number, get the winner on a 30-second recording, absolutely free. Toronto versus Boston. Call now, 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. Dial it, 800-499-FREE. And visit WagerPro.com.
Last night's sleep? Interrupted by pain? Tonight, silence it. With new ZQL Night Pain. Restful sleep, now with powerful pain relief. ZQL Night Pain combines America's #1 sleep aid with a maximum strength pain reliever. So you can fall asleep fast and wake feeling rested, because pain should never get in the way of a great night's sleep. New ZQL Night Pain. Silence pain. Sleep soundly. Available at retailers near you.
When you support your local small businesses, it helps keep your neighbors employed, helps kids save for college, and strengthens your community. And Town Square Media South Jersey puts local businesses in the spotlight.
Ambient Comfort Heating and Cooling Professionals. AmbientComfortNJ.com.
Filling Marble and Tile Outlet, Philadelphia Avenue and Route 30 in Egg Harbor City. FillingMarble.com.
Dennisville Fence, serving you since 1952. Be the envy of your neighborhood.
Comfort Now by Bob McAllister. Improve the comfort in your home. Call 609-400-1005 and ask about discounts and rebate incentives. Visit iwantcomfortnow.com.
East Coast Roofing, Siding and Windows. Services all of South Jersey. If you call, they'll show up. Call East Coast today at 609-646-1444. Online at eastcoastroofing.com.
Thank you for supporting your local businesses. From Town Square Media, South Jersey.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
All right, good stuff from Kevin Kincaid from Crossing Broad, and you should check him out, as always, on his Sixers coverage and everything. They do a great job at Crossing Broad. Speaking of Crossing Broad, we're going to talk Phillies with Bob Wankel from Crossing Broad in about an hour from now. Over on the text board, Cole from LBI. All right, this is one of the best texts I've ever got. If Ben Simmons is just a dunking defensive specialist, I would trade him for the most you can get for him, which is right now. He is supposed to be a superstar and isn't heading in that direction. Mike admitted Embiid is the best defender in the league. I didn't admit that. I'm saying, like, for the big man, off-the-ball defender. So I would trade Simmons for depth and try to get a few pieces for him. A shooter, scorer, and a defender so you don't sacrifice defense and boost scoring. Cole from LBI. P.S. I don't know much about basketball. I mean, is that not the best text of all time? P.S. I don't know much about basketball. I like that you say that. And I get on the surface, if you're saying I don't know much about basketball, the common person would say Ben Simmons does this, and you're watching because you want people that score. People who just want a guy that can shoot threes and score, you are not going to like Ben Simmons. He is not your guy. But if you like watching the other guys score and shoot threes, they are doing that because of Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons allows those guys, like, think of this. Seth Curry is an average player. He becomes a good player because he plays next to Ben Simmons. If you take Ben Simmons off this team, Seth Curry is probably just a marginal type of player. But because he's here, he becomes a serviceable player that's averaging. Now, his average and stuff is down, I think, with the COVID, but he was averaging like 15 points a game. Simmons makes the other guys better. The problem is a lot of people want Simmons to be better. And Simmons says, I don't care if I'm better. I'm making the other guys better. It's why Tobias Harris is having the year that he's having. It's why Joel Embiid is probably the MVP of the league. It's why all these players who play with Ben Simmons have their best years. 609-403-0973. But Cole, I do appreciate the caveat that, P.S., I don't know much about basketball. 609-403-0973 on the text board. I'll go to the phones. Glenn in EHT is on 97.3. What's up, Glenn?
Yo, what's going on, Mike?
All is good.
But that's what's up. No, Ben Simmons, he's been playing a lot different this year from the point of taking the ball to the basket, or just his attempts to me have to be up. Because, I mean, I wanted him to be able to pull up that open 15-footer and hit a decent percentage. But if you're not going to do that, I've always said, take it to the basket, get to the free throw line.
And by the way, I agree with you there. Same thing. By the way, his field goal attempts this year are the lowest of his career.
His field goal attempts?
Attempts. He's averaging 10.7 attempts per game. It's the lowest of his career.
Wow.
But to be fair, he was averaging 13 points a game about a month ago. He's up to 16. In the month of February, he has been way more aggressive. So his points per game has gone from 13 to 16. And I think in the last month, his field goal attempts have been up. But he was so not aggressive early in the year that his field goal attempts for the season, he averages 10 per game. Last year was 11. The year before that, 12. And the year before that, 12.
You just figure a guy who has the ball in his hands has to be able to give just more attempts. That's what I always wanted. I just thought thinking his game should be limited in any way would only hamper his progression. But as long as he's aggressive, goes to the basket, still gets to the free throw line, and I just want more points from him.
He needs to do more of that, though. He's at the line 5.4. It's the most in his career. He's got to be there 10. He's got to get there more, man.
Exactly. No doubt about it.
We agree there, though. We agree that he needs to get to the line more. He needs to get to the line more. He needs to be more aggressive. But the problem, the mentality that he has, you just heard Kevin say it. He is going to take the best play. And in his mind, him scoring is not the best play. It's him setting up someone else to get an open look. And the NBA today is 3-point shots. And he feels that if he can draw two guys to him, that gives someone a wide open look. And to him, that's a better play than him scoring.
That's good basketball and smart basketball. And Embiid, a stud. There's no doubt about it. As a basketball player, there's nothing he can't do. Big man, small man, but the league is that. The league wants all five guys to be able to really hit that three. That's what every team wants. But Embiid, please, I remember they were questioning Embiid one time when he didn't score in a game or something, some ridiculous game he had, and people were like, oh, Embiid. I was like, please, man. Dude, he's pure.
Right.
I'm telling you, he's on his way.
Hey, look,
on his way.
I've said for years, Glenn, Joel Embiid to me, not Ben Simmons, but Joel Embiid can be the best player on a team that wins the championship. And there's only a handful of those guys in the league. You know who they are. It's LeBron. It's Durant. There's not too many other guys. Joel Embiid has a skill set that nobody else in the league has.
If he wants to take care of himself physically, I mean his body, and pull himself right mentally, all the physical tools are there. I think it's unlimited, no question about it, Mike. He has unlimited potential.
And guess what? Appreciate the call, Glenn. He's 26 years old. We're just seeing him scratch the surface. That's the scary part. We're just seeing Joel Embiid scratch the surface. He's 26. He was a good player at 25, 24, 23. He was good. All-star good. Now he's superstar good. He was all-star good. Now he's superstar good. There's a difference. All-star good, you're Andre Iguodala. You're Chris Middleton. There's a lot of all-stars in this league. Guys who make the all-star game, guys who, make a couple of all-star games. Like Andre Iguodala made one all-star game, so I'm kind of joking with that. Chris Middleton's made a couple, by the way. Al Horford made a couple all-star games. Joel Embiid was an all-star, which is great. Now he's a superstar. Now he's starting the all-star game every year. Now he's in the conversation for the MVP award every year. That's a different stratosphere. Now you've put yourself in a new stratosphere. That's the difference. 609-403-0973. Mike, do you like Korkmaz? I don't hate Korkmaz. I don't think you can find better than Korkmaz. Some nights I like him. Some nights he frustrates you. I don't hate the guy. I don't think that, you need to go out of your way to replace him, but he's frustrating. He can shoot. That's what he does. He's a shooter. He's an NBA shooter. That's what he is. I like Sammy. I bet you he likes him on some days. Yeah, I do. And other days, Korkmaz is what he is. He's like an ninth guy. He's a guy that comes off the bench and shoots. But really, that's the difference between Joel Embiid now, who he is and who he was. Before, he was an all-star. Now he's a superstar. Ben Simmons, he's an all-star. We want him to be a superstar. He might just only be an all-star. He is a high-level all-star. He's a perennial. There's a difference between an all-star and then a perennial all-star, and then there's a superstar. Joel Embiid has put himself into the LeBron James, Kevin Durant category, where he's making the all-star game every single year. Like, that's it. He's just making the all-star game. Ben Simmons is the perennial all-star, meaning he's pretty much going to make it almost every single year. He might miss it one here and then be back the next year. He's a perennial all-star. Tobias Harris would be your Andre Iguodala. Like, he makes one. He might not make another one. He'll probably make the all-star game either next year or the year after. Tobias is, I think, how old is Tobias Harris? Tobias Harris. How old is Tobias? I would say, I don't have it in front of me yet, but I would say Tobias Harris is probably like 28, 29, somewhere in that range. 28. All right, he's 28. So you have three guys that are pretty young. Tobias, 28 years old. It's pretty good. By the way, Korkmaz is 23 for those of you out there. Korkmaz is still a very young guy. Milton, 24. They got a lot. Like Simmons, 24. Thibault, 23. Maxey, 20. Milton, 24. Korkmaz, 23. Harris, 28. Embiid is 26. And by the way, Terrence Ferguson is 22 years old. Didn't know that either. And he's played in this league for about 5 years already. Right? Ferguson's been in the league. He started 2 years he played 2 years Oklahoma City where he was pretty darn good. How long has Ferguson been in the league? Now, he was a first-round pick. I remember Ferguson, first-round pick in 17. Yeah, so this is his fourth year. He started 74 games in Oklahoma City a couple of years ago. I mean, he was starter in their rotation. He can't get a sniff here. And by the way, it was in the rotation for an Oklahoma City team that went to the playoffs. So he's got playoff experience. Ferguson does. And how many games did he play in the playoffs? He started 5 games in the playoffs for Oklahoma City and played 25 minutes a game. He actually shot 38% from 3. Really 39%. He was 38.9 from 3 in that series. Ferguson, it's crazy to me. When I got Ferguson, I thought that he'd be in the rotation and playing. This guy is texting all day. I don't understand I don't understand. All right. You got to be crazy, Mike. You want Ben to go to the line. You may as well put Shaq at the line. You're obviously not watching then. Simmons is shooting about 70% from the line now. So, I mean, you probably don't watch the games maybe every single night. That would be that's what I would figure if you're saying that. Simmons is shooting 67% from the line on the season. But I would imagine in the month of February, which I will look for you guys, in the month of February, Ben Simmons at the line is 70%. Yeah. So to suggest it, if you want, why do I want Ben Simmons to go to the line more? Because he's shooting 70%. That's why. So to say that he's Shaq you're not watching the games, but that's okay. I'm not asking you to watch every single night. Just don't say something that sounds ridiculous. Shake Milton frustrates me every single night. I don't love Korkmaz, but I think he'll be a very good player. He should get more of Shake's minutes. We don't agree there. I don't know why Shake frustrates you every single night. He has great nights. Shake's had nights where he scores 25. So does Korkmaz, but Shake's a more consistent player than Korkmaz. Handles the ball, plays better defense. Korkmaz plays very little defense. Doesn't do much more than shoot it. All right, football at 4 is on the other side. Pacheco's in the house next.
Saturday on Compass Media Network's coverage of NCAA basketball. Throw out the records and the rankings. It's a battle for Tobacco Road as longtime rivals Duke and North Carolina square off from Chapel Hill. Hi, it's Greg Daniels. Join Chucky Brown and me for all the action as the Duke Blue Devils and the North Carolina Tar Heels write yet another classic chapter in this historic series. North Carolina and Duke. If it's NCAA basketball, it's right here.
The college basketball season continues only on 97.3 ESPN.
Health update with Robin Stoloff. Learn more, live better.
Have you ever tried to set a goal or accomplish something only to have that goal or plan fail or just not work out? If so, you may be interested in trying SMART goal setting. SMART is an acronym that stands for specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time sensitive. Let's use weight loss as an example. Make it specific, as in I want to lose 10 pounds instead of I want to lose weight. Measurable, of course, we can keep track of our weight. Achievable, break it down into steps. If you want to lose 50 pounds, start with the first 10. Relevant. Know why you want to do it. And finally, time sensitive. You want to lose 10 pounds over 12 weeks, for example. Write it all down and keep it where you can see it. Goal setting is an important part of actually accomplishing anything you set your mind to. So when you set a goal, make sure it's a SMART goal.
Health Update with Robin Stoloff, empowering you to live a healthier life.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? You're probably looking for some fuel treatment. It cleans your fuel system to help your engine run smoother, and that means better gas mileage. Right now, you can get 2 bottles of Lucas Complete Fuel Treatment for just $8, plus a $1 bonus reward if you're an AutoZone Rewards member. Not a member? Don't worry. We can sign you up fast right here or on AutoZone.com. Getting the job done just got easier. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Switch to T-Mobile for Business and get up to 90 days of service free via virtual rebate on your business plan. You get a great deal, the largest 5G network, and first-class benefits like Microsoft 365 on us. It's better for business and only with T-Mobile for Business. Limited time offer. Stop in-store for details. Plus taxes and fees for some plans. Virtual Express MasterCard within 8 weeks of receipt of valid submission. Complete port within 60 days. See T-Mobile.com for 5G devices, coverage, and plan details.
This month, let me offer you some presidential advice. Leave me, your dollar in your wallet when you get 0% APR financing from Matt Blatt Kia.
Matt Blatt Kia wants to get you out of that old car you hate. Come in today or visit us online and get the credit you deserve. 0% APR financing available for up to 60 months on new 2021 Kia Sportage, K5, and Forte models. Or take $4,000 off MSRP on new 2020 Kia Niros in stock. Plus Matt Blatt Kia in Toms River and Egg Harbor Township wants your trade, even if you owe thousands more than it's worth. Don't forget, you can't make a mistake with our 4-day love it or leave it return policy.
It's gotta be a Matt Blatt Kia.
Offers for Tier 1 and 2 credit for Kia Motors Finance. Not all will qualify. 0% based on 1516 for 1,000 car. 4,000 all 2020 euros with 2,500 Kia Motors factory rebate to dealer. 1,500 Matt Blatt Kia discount. Go to mattblattkianj.com for complete details. Expires 3/4/2021.
Matt Blatt Kia, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. And now on Route 37 in Toms River.
Here's the good news. Even with high unemployment, there's still a need for hundreds of thousands of cybersecurity professionals in the U.S. right now. And My Computer Career is training people to help meet the demand. No IT experience? No problem. Take the free career evaluation today at mycomputercareer.edu. Start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Grants covering up to 53% of the cost are available to those who qualify. It's not rocket science. It's mycomputercareer.edu.
It's time for some straight talk. Your tax return could look different this year, but you're still going to hear a lot of noise about how to spend it. So when the big carriers tell you to splurge on the latest nonsense, just tune it out. With Straight Talk, you can get a Samsung Galaxy A51 for just $199. Plus, get the $45 unlimited talk, text, and data plan with no contract on America's best networks for up to 50% less. Tune out the nonsense and tune into Straight Talk. Straight Talk Wireless. No contract, no compromise.
Hey guys, are you afraid of taking off your shirt in public? Don't be embarrassed. Just say, I love Lyle back instead with male breast reduction. Many men develop a fullness in their chest as boys that persists and even worsens as they get older. This condition is called gynecomastia, and with simple liposuction, most cases can be effectively treated. Call 856-MAKEOVER today to schedule your private consultation with Dr. Lyle and Back. That's 856-MAKEOVER or visit ilovelyleback.com.
South Jersey's play-by-play home for the Eagles,
Touchdown!
Sixers,
Oh, yeah!
and Flyers.
He scored!
97.3 ESPN, WENJ, WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City, a Town Square media station. 97.3 ESPN presents the Sports Bash with Mike Gill. It's time for Football at 4 with 97.3 ESPN.com's Andrew DeCecco.
My first allegiance is what will be best for the Philadelphia Eagles and our fans for the next 3, 4, 5 years.
Powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. Now, live from inside the Matt Blatt Kia Studios. It's Football at 4.
Football at 4 is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. The guys' new podcast is out today with Adam Kaplan and Jeff Mosher. Today, Andrew DeCecco's in the house for today's edition of Football at 4. I'm very interested to have this conversation with Andrew today. It's brought to you by Dr. Lyle M. Back. Everything from skincare to cosmetic surgery. Go to iloveLyleBack.com or call 856-MAKEOVER for Dr. Lyle M. Back, proud sponsor of this edition of Football at 4. Yesterday, we talked a lot about Kyle Pitts and how he might fit. And a lot of people had some backlash. You don't draft a tight end. You do not draft a tight end at that spot. Andrew DeCecco, I definitely want to get your take on this. And more than just drafting a tight end at that spot, how you view Pitts, how you would view him in this particular offense. And do you think taking a player like Kyle Pitts is too high at number 6? So let's bring Andrew DeCecco into this conversation. It was a good conversation yesterday. We had a lot of feedback on it on social media and the text board. So let's bring Andrew DeCecco, who knows the draft very well inside and out, and get his perspective on this and more here on Football at 4. Andrew, what's up, man?
Hey, Mike, how you doing? And to answer that question, it's kind of hard to say, would you draft Kyle Pitts at 6? Would you take a tight end at 6? Because he can do so much more. That tight end label should not apply to Kyle Pitts because he's someone who can be moved around the entire offense. He can run routes better than a lot of wide receivers in this draft class. He's athletic. When you look and see how a Travis Kelce can take over a game, he has that kind of ability. And, when you have a young quarterback like Jalen Hurts, or any young quarterback for that matter, they tend to lean on their tight ends and look for throws over the middle. And he has the frame and the big body and the catch radius and everything to make life easier for a young quarterback trying to get acclimated in a system. So when you look at it in those terms, yeah, I have Kyle Pitts very, very closely rated with Jamar Chase. I still think I would go with Jamar Chase at 6, but I mean, if they were to trade down a few spots, I mean, Kyle Pitts would be right there, and it's hard to argue that value.
All right, so a couple things here. One, I've seen, and I don't know, look, people have said, look, other tight ends, Hawkinson was 8th. O.J. Howard, I think, was 19th. Other tight ends have gone in the first round, and I guess you don't feel like you've gotten your bang for your buck there. You just kind of indicated he's more than just a tight end, but would that still justify saying I'm going to take a guy at number 6 that is classified as a tight end based on, hey, Hawkinson went 8th and he's good, but he's not like special. Howard has had problems. I don't know if you got Darren Waller, knowing what you now know about Waller, and you drafted him number 6, is that justifiable?
Well, as of last season, he was their top option on their offense in the passing game, and he single-handedly took over games. You can remember the game late in the season when he was just making these unbelievable contested catches down the field. I mean, those are the type of game-changing, playmaking type of players that every offense needs in order to be successful. And he's going to be an All-Pro, and he has that in his future for many years to come. And when you know that you have an All-Pro player there with his kind of ability, I think you do that. And I think when you look at his versatility and all the things that he can bring to an offense, where you don't have to just pigeonhole him into one position. And I mean, it's certainly going to be very enticing and an interesting conversation to have in the coming weeks. But I mean, like I said, at 6, I think that would be a little high to take a tight end or someone who's more of a hybrid type of player. Whereas a guy like Jamar Chase does fit that traditional role as a wide receiver. You know what you're getting there. He's going to have a defined role, whereas you have to kind of find you're going to use Kyle Pitts, but it's going to be in a myriad of different ways. So I mean, there's a little bit more certainty with a guy like Jamar Chase, and of course the wide receiver position. That's a blue chip type of player. Those are the ones that typically go in the top 8.
Yeah. So, for instance, Hawkinson, Howard, they were some of the highest rated tight ends, and some people compared them somewhat to Pitts, and I want to get your opinion on how you would compare Pitts to the most recent, because there's been a lot of good tight ends recently. I have never seen a tight end ranked in like the top 5 overall in a draft. I can't remember the last time I've seen a tight end ranked this high in terms of an overall board.
No, I mean, maybe you have to go all the way back to maybe like Kellen Winslow Jr. years ago when I think he went to the Browns, if I'm not mistaken. But I mean, that was 2003, 2002, like that. But yeah, it's very rare that you see that. But like when he's got the size, the speed, and the desirable traits that you're going to look for in an offensive weapon. And like I said, when you have a young quarterback like the Eagles do, even if they go elsewhere, go with Jalen Hurts, I mean, they're going to need that security blanket, that guy that's going to be able to kind of create in space and come up with those contested catches.
Yeah, I know. I want to get your opinion on. See, all right, I you said you would take Chase over Pitts if they were both there. I tend to like Chase more too. I actually like Pitts for the Eagles because they already have Goddard, and I kind of view this as like almost like a Gronk and Hernandez type of situation. Like, to me, Pitts is more of an attractive option because I already have Goddard. It feels like it would make them a much more difficult team to defend.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And you have the best of both worlds in that tight end pairing, as Goddard's more of out of the two, he's the more superior inline blocker, but he's also extremely dynamic with the football in his hands after the catch, and he can threaten the seam, and he can also, come up with some of those tough catches down the sideline. And you didn't really get that with Zach Ertz. He wasn't someone that was going to break tackles or anything, but he was a terrific route runner and had very soft hands. But I mean, if you were to add those two, Mike, it adds a completely different dynamic to the Eagles offense. Yeah, the receiving core in general, I mean, it does need to be addressed when you look at it. But I mean, when you bring in Kyle Pitts, you bring him in knowing, okay, we can move him outside, we can move him in the slot, we can play him at tight end, we can move him all around. So I think if you get him, you already know that you're getting a versatile player, and he can play some wide receiver for you.
Yeah, I and not only that, like, how do you think it would fit? Like, what would adding a guy like Pitts do for Rieger? How you would use Miles Sanders?
If you add a Kyle Pitts to your offense, it's going to open things up for Jalen Reagor, and Jalen Reagor doesn't have to maybe necessarily traditionally be out wide. He can take the ball out of the backfield on jet sweeps. You can get him the ball on screens because they're going to be worried about wherever Kyle Pitts is aligned, because he's not ever going to be in the same exact place for the entire game. They're going to continuously move him around, whatever team does get him. It would open things up for him. It would open things up for the running game, in particular Miles Sanders, because you have another weapon out there that has to be accounted for, also with Dallas Goedert there as well. So, I mean, you're always going to be mindful of where he's at. And it just opens everything up for everybody else, and it makes it a much more cohesive offense.
Yeah, I mean, it is intriguing. 6 is interesting, though. If they were to trade back, where's the line of demarcation where you would lose? Like, if I said, okay, I can move back to 8, is Pitts on the board? Where do you think he's on the board? What's the furthest down you can go if you, like, say, yeah, you know what, I want to move back because I hope I get Pitts?
I would say more than likely 8, no further than 9, but likely 8. You don't want to go past that, because I think that's kind of where he's going to go.
So 8, 9 is the spot there. All right. Chase and Pitts, if they're both on the board, you said Chase. What is special about Chase that you like? I have my reasons. I want to hear what yours are, because obviously you do a lot more studying on the draft to me. He's my favorite receiver. I've watched the 3 guys now a bunch, and entering this before, just watching him now, I didn't get to see Chase this year. Obviously, he didn't play. Watching the guys that were available, I probably would have leaned Smith as my favorite, but now going back and watching Chase, he's my clear favorite. I like him better than the other 2 by far. What do you like about Chase?
Well, first and foremost, I like his physical stature to be a top receiver that you're going to take in that range. I like that he was competed at a high level and put up tremendous numbers going against some of the superior talent in college football. I also like his aggressiveness after the catch. He reminds me of Deebo Samuel. He's aggressive. He's going to pick up those yards. Might not be a burner, but he's going to come. He knows how to get open. Could use a little bit more refining in his route running, but I do like that he attacks the catch point. He's physical. He goes up and gets it. He knows how to. He has a plan at the line of scrimmage. And I just like his competitive nature, and I do like the fact that he's another guy that you can move him around. But I believe he's 6 foot, but he's more of a compact build. And he's kind of, you pair him with Jalen Reagor and Dallas Goedert, and I think that you start to have a nice little group of offensive players all of a sudden.
Those two guys would be a big boost to the offense here. Obviously, Pitts, Chase. I think we talked about this before. That Chase was described as like a bigger, faster version of Anquan Bolden. And to me, I mean that Bolden was a tremendous asset to have. He just wasn't that big, that fast guy. He was more of a chain mover. But I get a big physical guy that can do those things. And then, look, I think a lot of it, Andrew, depends on what you get from Reagor. Like, he is such a wild card and unknown because we didn't see enough of him last year.
Yeah, and I think that you're going to see a different Jalen Reagor with a full off season, with another year under his belt. It's a very, every rookie, you can't look at Justin Jefferson and say, well, Justin Jefferson was able to pull it off and have a prolific rookie season. Not everybody's wired the same. So, and we don't know about the coaching or what goes on behind closed doors, because everybody takes the coaching different, and sometimes people don't really hit their stride until their second season. So I think it's too premature to write Jalen off. You need to see what he's able to do this offseason. Now that he knows that it's going to be likely Jalen Hurts, you can get work in with the quarterback. You can work on your route running, and the things that Aaron Moore had worked, kind of harped on during the season. You can now work on those things, and hopefully he's going to come back a lot more polished in the route running department. He showed some signs, he kind of awareness issues, running his routes, not knowing where the sideline was, and not looking for the football and things of that nature. But I think all those things get cleaned up in your second season. So, I mean, it's going to be interesting to see what he can do, but he does have a versatile skill set, and hopefully he can be that guy they drafted him to be.
Yeah, and we had Quentin Michael on Tuesday's show and asked him about the impact of your position coach, the secondary coach, and he really stressed how important that guy is. You wonder the impact of the new coaches and the development struggles that this team has had, how much that may have impacted, and getting a guy like Nick Sirianni here, how much that might help a guy not only like Reagor, but I don't know, are you ready to give up on J.J. Arcega-Whiteside, or you think there's something salvageable there? Travis Fulgham, like, are you intrigued enough by seeing what Nick Sirianni as the head coach can get from these young players?
Well, I think he deserves the time and the optimism, because he has the background. They hired him for a reason. He has a background working with wide receivers. So does Kevin Patullo. Obviously, Aaron Moorhead is there. He's played in the NFL before. I mean, there's a wealth of knowledge to tap into. If you're one of the Eagles receivers, they have a young receiving core. I mean, you're going to pull away a lot of knowledge from those guys. And I think that you have as a whole in that department, I think there's a lot of area of intrigue there as far as developing some of these guys. I mean, it's to J.J. Arcega-Whiteside, I'm not ready to write him off just yet. What I will say about him is he's not going to be the second round receiver that he was drafted to be. He's going to be a spot role player that's going to come up with those tough catches, maybe a red zone guy, but he's not going to be a starting receiver in the NFL. There's too many blemishes to his game, but I do think that there's a role for him on this football team. But it was definitely a reach in the second round. Like I said on your show before, I had a fourth round grade on him, so I was kind of surprised to see him go there. But regardless, I think he has a role. He's going to have to be able to play some special teams. Travis Fulgham is the interesting one to me, because you don't just have those 4 weeks of production, high end production, by mistake. There has to be. He has talent, and for some reason or another, that he went on a cold streak. They went to Alshon Jeffrey. Who knows what played into that? But he's another guy that Alshon's not going to be here. He's going to have every opportunity to carve out a role in this football team. He now has a full year within the system. He's got a wealth of knowledge around him as far as coaches. So let's see what he can do. I think that there's reason for optimism.
All right. I know this is totally just opinion, and obviously a lot of this is all opinion, but who, in your mind, is the more productive guy in this coming season? Hightower, Watkins, Arcega-Whiteside?
To me, it's going to be Quez Watkins. And
Wow.
why I say that, yeah, I think Quez Watkins is one of those sleeper players that we look at the roster. I think he's going to make a big jump in year 2. He's not going to be a starter, more than likely, but he's going to be someone that they're going to have packages for, that they're going to expose, that they're going to use his speed to exploit secondaries. You saw him really kind of come on late in the season over those other two players that you mentioned, and he actually impressed me more. He was further along as a rookie than I anticipated when he was drafted, and he's going to have to work on his route running and really hone that skill, but he also can provide ability as a punt returner if they want to go that route. He has done. He can offer special teams upside, and I think that he can be one of those guys that can really threaten teams vertically and be more of a consistent presence in the offense.
That's a little surprising. Now, of the three, he was the least productive this past year, even less than J.J. Arcega-Whiteside. I kind of agree that I don't think they gave him enough of an opportunity, but I'm really hopeful that Sirianni, who has a wide receiver coach background, sees that, okay, you don't have to be an every down player to be able to make an impact. And I think Watkins, I agree with you there. Like, you can use him in ways that you can get something. I always say you can accentuate the positives from what this guy can do. If that's 4 touches a game, then that's what it is. But I think there's more impactful opportunities from a guy like Watkins than the Eagles utilized last year.
No, and absolutely. And you saw he has the breakaway speed, the elusiveness, just the big play potential that those other two, that John Hightower and JJ, they don't have. And like you said, he's not going to be somebody that you're going to force feed the ball to. He's not going to garner 8 targets a game or anything like that. But he's going to be someone that I can anticipate having a big player to every week or every other week that's really going to make an impact on the team. And when you look at where he was drafted last season, that's tremendous value. And late in the season, he was the guy that they were using over, John Hightower and JJ. So, I mean, I think that he kind of showed growth throughout the season, enough so where their coaches felt comfortable putting him out there, and they saw the athleticism and the big play upside that he offered. And I think that's going to translate into next season.
Yeah. I'm first off, this is the one positive of having a bad season, is that you're so wrapped into the draft. I'm very excited about it. Being in the 6th spot, there's so many intriguing stories. Andrew does a great job with draft stuff. Make sure you check him out at @DeCecco NFL on Twitter. Follow him there for all this draft conversation we'll be having. Good stuff with Kyle Pitts. And obviously tomorrow, Adam is in. We'll get more news and notes from him. The guys from the Inside the Birds podcast right here during Football at 4. And they, like all guests, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. Andrew, I could talk draft with you for a long time, my friend, but we are out of time.
Fortunately, we have a couple more months to do so I look forward to it.
Absolutely. Andrew DeCecco and Football at 4. It's brought to you by our friends over at Dr. Lyle M. Back. For everything from skincare to cosmetic surgery, go to ilovelylback.com. Proud sponsor of Football at 4. Make sure you give them a call, 856-MAKE-OVER. All right. So I like the thought process. Andrew's great on the draft, man. He really, he said something, though. Now, he said it on this show before. I don't know that I've ever heard him say this. Maybe Josh has heard him. But I know Josh listens to all the Football at 4s. And I don't know that I've ever heard Andrew say that he had a 4th-round grade on J.J. Arcega-Whiteside. That, to me, is whoop, because Andrew knows his stuff. Has he said it before? I've never noticed that. But he also said that I think he'll make a big jump in year 2. He said that about Quez Watkins. And I asked him, which receiver will have a bigger impact this season? Watkins, Hightower, or Arcega-Whiteside? He said Watkins of those 3. That's bad news for J.J. Arcega-Whiteside. Not that I think that Watkins stinks. I like Watkins. I think Watkins brings something they don't have. All right, back with more. Your comments, your questions. I got headlines on the way. Also, Bob Wankel, Crossing Broad. Odubel Herrera had another big day today. Hit a bomb. Home run, threw a guy out at the plate. Is he making a push for the 25-man? Stick around. We'll talk to Bob from Crossing Broad, who's going to join us on the show a lot this year. We've got a lot of Phillies to get into. But Odubel Herrera, do you even want him on the 25-man roster? We'll ask Bob from Crossing Broad coming up in about 20 minutes from now. Sports Bash is live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. And, of course, watch the show live at 97.3 ESPN.com.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tonight on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app with Tim Saunders and Steve Coates calling all the play-by-play action. The Flyers are in Pittsburgh to face the Penguins tonight. Coverage begins at 7 p.m. It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey on the radio home of the Flyers in South Jersey, 97.3 ESPN, and listen live on the free mobile app.
Trust Jenkins Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Homeowners, no need to call the drain guy, the heater guy, or the plumbing guy. Call Jenkins. One call does it all. Jenkins technicians are trained to do it all, so you only have to call one number, 609-641-6262. Jenkins & Sons has been on the job since 1949. For new heating and air installation, service and maintenance, ductless air conditioning systems, water heaters, boilers, oil service, plumbing, and drain cleaning services, one call does it all. Call 609-641-6262 or visit jenkinsandsons.com. That's 609-641-6262 or jenkinsandsons.com.
Jenkins Plumbing and Heating. We're always here for you. Jenkins Plumbing and Heating. We're always here for you. Jenkins Plumbing and Heating. We're always here for you.
A walk and some ice cream with someone sounds like the perfect treat.
Making pizza with someone who's as into it as me? What could be better?
Ready to meet people who love to do the same things you do? It's easy. 1, open laptop. 2, go to OurTime.com. 3, start for free. OurTime is the #1 dating site made for singles over 50. It's easy to use and can help you find people who just want to do something fun. Find someone over 50 who loves to do what you do on OurTime. Go to OurTime.com today and start for free.
Okay, sports fans, JR here from WagerPro.com. And guys, I've got exciting news. We've uncovered huge information on this big mismatch tonight happening at the Boston Garden between Toronto and Boston. Guys, call this number now. It's absolutely free. The point spread winner on a 30-second recording. Call 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-FREE. The point spread winner of this huge matchup between Toronto and Boston, absolutely free. From the nation's leader when it comes to handicapping, WagerPro.com. Call the toll-free number. Get the winner on a 30-second recording, absolutely free. Toronto versus Boston. Call now. 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. Dial it. 800-499-FREE. And visit WagerPro.com.
Liberty Mutual Insurance Company customizes your home insurance so you only pay for what you need.
Well, as the world's blandest man, the idea of insurance made for me is almost riveting.
Big fan of beige?
I find other neutrals too unpredictable.
That's cool. Liberty Mutual's just here to protect your home with customized insurance.
And here we've got my doorstop collection.
Only pay for what you need at libertymutual.com.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Feeling stressed in your skin? Not with new Olay body wash infused with skincare ingredient retinol. Olay with retinol improves skin 3 times better versus the leading body wash, transforming skin from dry and stressed to bright and smooth, so I can step into stressful days feeling my best in my skin. Olay Body, fearless in my skin. Now try Olay's other skincare-inspired body washes with hyaluronic acid, vitamin C, and collagen.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? You're probably looking for some fuel treatment. It cleans your fuel system to help your engine run smoother, and that means better gas mileage. Right now, you can get 2 bottles of Lucas Complete Fuel Treatment for just $8, plus a $1 bonus reward if you're an AutoZone Rewards member. Not a member? Don't worry. We can sign you up fast right here or on AutoZone.com. Getting the job done just got easier. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
You can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 973ESPN.com.
All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. It's the end of the first half of the NBA season. It's one of the last chances tonight. You can make a little bucks, some money on the games tonight. And, my friends over at PropSwap.com, America's sports betting marketplace. Sell your sports bets, take your profit, find out how at PropSwap.com. Right now, futures bettors, PropSwap has a great bet for you, plus 225 on Joel Embiid to win the MVP. I think it's like plus 160 right now. So if you have that ticket or you want that ticket, you go to PropSwap.com and become a better with PropSwap and the PropSwap app. It's an easy thing to do. And talking about betting, my guy JR from the Wager Pro app. Now, they can give you betting information different from selling your sports bets, like my guys over at PropSwap. JR is back. Wager Pro and the Wager Pro app, wagerpro.com. And we got another couple of we got a good card tonight, JR. What's going on?
You're not kidding. I got to tell you, what a great NBA card we've got going into a, all-star break. And we're going to have tomorrow, by the way, on Saturday, my college basketball game of the year, a game I've been waiting for all year. So, look, here's the deal. Tonight, right now, on my recorded message, I'm giving you the point spread winner of the Pistons against the Knicks. That line went from 4.5 to 7, and I'm going to tell you who's going to cover that game. Hands down, huge piece of information, 5-star VIP lock, and it's free on a recording. Call now, 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733 for the winner of the Pistons-Knicks. Free on a 30-second recording. Guys, call that number. Seriously, I love this game. It's going to win easily. Let me make you some money on this one. 800-499-3733.
All right, that one is very interesting. The Knicks have been playing a lot better basketball, the 4 seed in the East, but two teams that have been in the championship picture the last couple of years, Raptors, Celtics. This is a big number, 8.5 in some books for the Boston Celtics over the Tampa Toronto Raptors.
Yeah, and you know what? Believe it or not, there's 50 action on this game right now. Public is pretty split on the game, and let's face it. Boston's been playing pretty good as of late. They've just won their last 3 in a row. They're 18-17 straight up on the season, but a game under 500 against the spread, scoring a point less than Toronto. And frankly, the way I look at this Toronto team is they really need to get a big win on the road. And this is a real big number, 7.5, 8, 8.5, and the number's been driving up. But Toronto, to me, they're just better than what they're looked at on paper. I just feel like really ready to kind of get some W's under their belt. No major injuries on either side. So if I got to use the game, which I'm not, I'd be taking the 8 points with the Raptors.
All right. Another interesting one, as I see it, is when I see the Kings on the docket, I always like to try to get the total there and take a look at that. They are one of the worst defensive teams I've ever seen. Over under 237. They are a 5-point dog at the Trailblazers for those 10. I like to get a little early bet for the people and then help them out with a little late nighter to either add to or climb back in.
And you're right. Those totals have been absolutely crazy. Every game has been going over the posted total. Let's face it. Portland, though, the last 10 are 6-4 against the spread, as well as 7-3 against the spread, 6-4 straight up. Whereas the Kings have really started falling apart. They're 2-8 their last 10, 1-9 against the spread. It's been a great team to go against, especially if they're going to be on the road. It's one of those games where Portland gives you value, but how much value are you going to take with a Portland team that still 6 games over 500, but 4.5 points at home. I'd have to get on the favorite here. And like you just said, as bad as Sacramento is defensively, I would use the over 237. I don't love that game at all, but I do like the Portland play just a tad. I don't love the over. I would lean on Portland itself.
One other, I don't know what happened here. Maybe somebody's out of this game. I don't know, but it opened at 2.5. It's 11.5 now. I can't imagine that somebody put that much money down. That Warriors-Suns game. Did somebody, what happened that game went from 2.5 to 11.5?
Well, it looks like I know Curry's out. He's going to be out for rest.
There we
Green
go.
is battling an ankle. Yeah, Curry's out. That's what drove it up, and we know Draymond Green is still battling with that ankle injury. I don't think he's out as well. I believe Klay Thompson also, he was out for the season.
Yeah.
So, I mean, pretty much I'm looking at
Curry being out, that changes the dynamic.
To rest, that is without question why that line is up to 11. And quite frankly, how do the Warriors stay in that game without Steph Curry? So Suns have been playing great basketball. They're 23-11 straight up. Warriors started to hit a little bit of a stride, but, just haven't seen the Warriors of years past. Last year having such a horrible year, you would have thought they'd bounce back this year, being somewhat healthy, but 11 and a half points. I don't think that's going to be enough against a Phoenix team that can beat them tonight by easily 20 points. But again, don't love that game. The game I do love is the one I'm telling you to call for. If you want to make money tonight, guys, I'm telling you now, this Knicks-Detroit game, they've got the line downright wrong. I'll let you know what's going to happen. Either I'm going to tell you the Knicks win this game by 20 or more, or Detroit's going to come out and beat them outright. I'll let you know. Call the number. It's absolutely free on a 30-second message. 800-499-3733, 800-499-3733. Give us a call.
All right, JR and the Wager Pro app, guys, and wagerpro.com. It's the final game before the All-Star break, and, of course, the NCAA tournament on the way, so we'll have plenty more plays for you. JR, always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure, guys. I appreciate it. Be safe. Have a great weekend. Don't forget my college basketball game of the year on Saturday, and go out there and make some money.
All right. As always, he, like all guests, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. We appreciate him with that. As course, look, one thing that I will tell you, and I was telling you about the Prop Swap app, is the fact that he talked about a game on Saturday. You could do that with Prop Swap, and you can get, say you like that, for instance, the game we talked about, the Warriors game. Man, I'm getting old. I forget things. The Warriors game opened at 2. It's now 11. That's a game that you could prop swap. If you had the ticket at 2, you could sell that ticket at prop swap. Now that the line's up to 11, you still have the line at 2. If you bet that line at 2 when it came out, and now it's 11, you go to PropSwap.com and sell that ticket on there, and someone would say, you have that line at 2 and the game is 11? Boom, I'll take that. And you can make, that's a quick little side hustle that you can get involved in. So that's my guys at PropSwap.com, and check those guys out, PropSwap.com, or download the PropSwap app today. This is the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. And don't forget, you can watch the show live at 97.3ESPN.com. For the people watching the show, we got a lot in the chat over here. Murphy Brown, a freaking third tight end at 6. Murphy, when are you going to understand this? If you listen to what we've been saying, Kyle Pitts is not a tight end. He is classified as a tight end, but he isn't a tight end. He's not a tight end. Go watch him. Murphy, I got a homework assignment for you. Go watch Kyle Pitts, and then come back and tell me you wouldn't consider him at number 6. That's your homework. Okay? That's your homework. And just give me a honest assessment. Murphy, they're idiots. We're not drafted a third tight end, and I hope the Cowboys do get him. He's not a tight end. Go watch Kyle Pitts, and then give me a more informed comment. Now, if you say, I didn't think he was very good, then that's another problem. He is not a tight end. He is classified as a tight end. Think of like Calvin Johnson's size, not quite the same speed. This is a guy who played tight end in college, yes, but it doesn't mean you're going to play the same position in the pros. He played tight end in college because he was classified as a tight end, but he is more than a tight end. Murphy, you're a smart person, I'm sure. Just because he played tight end in college doesn't necessarily mean that's what position he's going to play in the pros. All right, go watch him. That's all I'm in. Just give me a fair assessment. Go watch him. Go watch what he looks like. And, yeah, we are comparing a tight end in college to Calvin Johnson. Go watch him, and then you come back and let me know. All right? And then you'll say, you know what? I was wrong. I look like a jackass. That's what you will say. I guarantee you. Sports Bash Live 97.3. Because, by the way, he didn't just line up at tight end in college. So you're wrong. He was playing all over the place, including wide receiver. and he's going to do the same. So he's not really a tight end. I don't know what you would call him. Jack of all trades and master of them all. Back with more Sports Bash. Bob Wankel, Crossing Broad. Does Odubel Herrera have a legit chance of making this team? Bob didn't think so before. Has he changed his mind? Find out next.
Turn it on. Leave it on. The Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
We know you're spending a lot of time at home, and maybe that home could use a little TLC. Since going to a home show isn't really a thing right now, 97.3 ESPN FM is bringing the home show to you. Local exhibitors have been setting up in a virtual show featuring the latest products and services for your home. Go to 973ESPN.com to find great articles on home improvement tips and trends. Thanks to our friends at Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Broadlees.net, your trusted source for 3 generations.
Have you wanted to speak a new language but thought it'd be too difficult or take too much time? Then try Babbel. Whether you want to learn Spanish for future travel plans, French to connect with extended family, or maybe German to land a new job, Babbel works because it's built around real life. It teaches you everyday practical conversations that you'll actually use. All you need is 15 minutes a day, and you'll be on your way to confidently speaking a new language in just a few weeks. Babbel is designed by real language experts using a modern, conversation-based technique that makes learning fun, engaging, and best of all, memorable. It starts by teaching you words and phrases. Then sentences gradually get more complex. Soon you're practicing short conversations about real-life topics. And with 14 languages to choose from and lesson topics like travel, business, relationships, and more, you'll be sure to learn what matters most to you. Babbel, language for life. Learn a new language with ease. Go to Babbel.com to try for free. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
A walk and some ice cream with someone sounds like the perfect treat.
Making pizza with someone who's as into it as me? What could be better?
Ready to meet people who love to do the same things you do? It's easy. 1, open laptop. 2, go to OurTime.com. 3, start for free. OurTime is the #1 dating site made for singles over 50. It's easy to use and can help you find people who just want to do something fun. Find someone over 50 who loves to do what you do on OurTime. Go to OurTime.com today and start for free.
Recently, Total Wireless helped Charlie Michelle stage a virtual dance recital for her friends and family.
This event was super meaningful to them.
Because when you move to Total Wireless, you can get amazing devices on nationwide 5G. And with unlimited plans starting at $25 a month, you could save up to $1,200 a year.
Thank you, Total Wireless, for helping me pull this off.
Total Wireless. Do amazing. Compatible 5G device required. 5G network in limited areas. Month equals 30 days. Savings claim made when compared to 4-line postpaid plans of leading carriers 10-20-20. See terms and conditions at TotalWireless.com.
Ooh, a fondue set. Now I need to find the coupon code.
Not anymore, Susan. Capital One Shopping instantly searches for available coupon codes and automatically applies them at checkout.
Wait, instantly?
It's called shopping smart, not hard. Download Capital One Shopping to your computer for free and let it do the work for you.
Don't mind if I fondue.
That's kind of cheesy. Capital One Shopping. It's kind of genius. What's in your wallet?
Savings and available coupons vary.
This is Cape May County Commissioner Len Desiderio. We are making progress in the fight against COVID. Please get tested and quarantine if you are positive to prevent the spread. Testing remains very important to our efforts. Everyone is frustrated by the slow supply of vaccine, but we are working with the state to get more doses to Cape May County, and we thank you for your patience. Make sure you are registered with the state at covidvaccine.nj.gov or call 855-568-0545 for personal assistance. COVID has used up so much of our patience, but we need just a little more. Thank you for all of your hard work. Now we have to finish strong, safely together.
Now, back to the Sports Bash on 97.3 ESPN.
441 as the Phillies win big today, 15-0. Big day for the Fightins. Home run for Bohm. I think Moniak had a pair of them. And then there was Odubel Herrera, who didn't only go deep, he went way deep. Bat flip and everything. Bob Wankel, Crossing Broad, is back. I feel like this will be an interesting conversation Not because I'm like, hey, you were saying that he's not going to have a shot to make this team, and I don't know that he will, but he has certainly given him something to think about over the first couple of days. He had a hit the other day, he had 2 hits today, he had a home run today, played a ball in right field, fired a laser to the cutoff man to cut off a run at home. So if he's got a shot, he's at least stating his case, is he not?
Yeah, Mike, what's up, man? Listen, I kind of I've sort of taken a little bit of a reserved approach with Odubel Herrera. I think he's facing an uphill battle. Like when you draw out the odds of will Odubel Herrera make this team or not, I mean, certainly those odds probably took a step forward today. But coming into this, the one question I really had was, will his performance actually matter? Like if he goes out and plays well, will the Phillies give him a real opportunity to win this job? And based on what we've seen here in the first week, it seems like independent of his actual play, the Phillies are giving him a chance. And I know a lot of people think that, maybe they're just trying to drive up his trade value. Let's be real here. We're talking about a guy that's going to make $10 million this year. They are not going to trade Odubel Herrera. This is either he is going to be at the alternate site or he's eventually going to be part of the AAA roster, or he's going to be on this team. I don't see a trade destination for Odubel Herrera. And I kind of wondered, is this just a kind of like a all for show? Is this a CBA thing? But to me, it looks like they're giving him a real chance to redeem himself, with his teammates and with this organization and ultimately with the fan base. We'll see if he's able to do it. But, you watch that game today and it's hard not to look at him and say, man, there's some upside, and we all know his faults and we all know his drawbacks, but there's a tremendous amount of upside here with this player.
Yeah, I mean, he was an all-star for a year and had a couple of good years. It wasn't that, I mean, he was like not a perennial all-star. It had every team gets an all-star, but he had a nice year. He had a couple nice years there, and then he really fell off. I wouldn't say really fell off. He played 39 games, was not having a good year at the start of the 19 season before obviously he got himself into trouble. And, we will not know how the team views what he did. He spoke in front of the team. It seems that the team is willing to give him this opportunity. So they played him in right field a couple of times. And I said to you the other day, are they trying to see if he has versatility to play? Hey, we can play you in left. We can play you in right. We can play you in center. And that if you really play well enough, you can win the center field job. Like, I don't know. I find this to be maybe now one of the more intriguing storylines, that if he keeps playing well down there, does he force their hand to have to make the decision that maybe they didn't want to have to make?
Yeah, maybe. Joe Girardi said after the game today that he will get some opportunities in center field. That's coming in the next few days. And you know what? I mean, we're all going to look at the home run today, but if you really want to break it down, you look at the other hit that he had. He runs a deep count, gets a breaking pitch, stays on it, goes the other way with it. I mean, that's a really encouraging sign. It's easy to have pop in a spring training game, but to actually really work through and grind through an at bat too, following that home run, going the other way. He had a nice base running play at one point. I mean, he really put together a very solid game. And again, we're in the first week of Grapefruit League action. It's one game here, but you can see that this team believes that there might be something more to this. And so far, he's done a nice job, and it has at least put himself in the mix.
Yeah, and you mentioned he had 25 stolen bases a couple of years ago, too. And this is a guy, look, I don't want to sit here. I would have cut the guy. Like, just get yourself out of this position. Why even do it? I get it. They have to pay him, so they didn't do that. And there's probably other legal ramifications. Guess what? I don't care. I'll take the legal ramifications. I'm the Phillies. I can afford the legal ramifications for the good PR. They don't have a PR situation coming here. I mean, they post on Twitter, and if you read the comments section, it wasn't good. I mean, do they want to deal with that? He hits a home run. Oh, yeah, he hits home runs and his girlfriend. I mean, do they want to deal with that all year, or do they think it eventually goes away? I mean, is he worth that? I mean, this is a guy, Bob, that hit leadoff. He's hit third. So he's been a top-of-the-lineup hitter in his past.
Let me be honest with you. I just found out that I'm going to be having a little girl in August, right? So just
congratulations.
Yeah, super exciting for my family and everything. And I started to think about this more as like, hey, I'm going to be having a child. I'm going to be having a daughter. And, I got to begin with the obvious. What he did was indefensible. It was repulsive, right? The more I think through this, I just wonder, and really my take on Odubel Herrera is this. if you're somebody that is just disgusted by him and you're not willing to afford him a second chance, you're so within your right. And I totally understand that. But if you're somebody that kind of does believe in second chances and believes that, hey, you know what? He sought counseling. He's made donations. He's rectified things within his relationship. He seems to have some type of contrition here. Is it genuine? Time will tell, I guess. There is a great amount of people out there, though, that believe in that. And, the one thing I'll say about Twitter and the reactions that we see on social media is that Twitter is not real life, right? Like, it's easy to go on Twitter and condemn somebody or, take shots and take the high ground. My question is, if he does come back and he does play and he plays well and he continues to do all the right things and be an advocate, is it possible? And I don't know the answer to this. Is it possible that Odubel Herrera at least gets to a place where there's some level of, I don't want to say acceptance, but there's some level of forgiveness, like, hey, we didn't forget, but we can live with this? Or do you think that this is going to be sustained outrage if he comes up and continues to play well, and even if he's seemingly doing all the right things? Do you just think have we reached the point of no return with him? Because I'm not so sure about it.
That's a great point. And look, I'm a huge proponent of the second chance, and these guys served the penalty that was put there for them. And the Vic thing was a big topic, people, and they said, look, he went to jail. He did what they told him to do. And now he's free to be back in the league. That's not his fault that they're letting him be free. So don't be mad at him. And you can be mad at what he did. And I agree with you saying, like, if he's under contract and they have him, that's my point, though, is if he's under contract and you're going to keep him, he should be given the same opportunity then. You shouldn't say, well, he did all this stuff and we're going to give you the opportunity. And then if he comes out and performs and you still get rid of him, then you didn't really give him the fair chance. That's where it gets a little bit of a dicey situation. So either you're going to give him the fair shake or this is a dog and pony show.
Yeah, it's hard. We get on these shows and we want to have takes and we want to be strong with our opinions, and usually I am. I'm not a guy that kind of usually, teeters in the middle, but when I evaluate the situation, I listen to him speak. I heard what he had to say. It's impossible to get into someone's soul. It's impossible to really, truly know if there's genuine remorse here. And so for me, it's just one of these, hey, we have to wait and see. Can he continue from a baseball standpoint, putting together performances like he did today? Can he build on that? If he does, he's going to create a very awkward and difficult situation for this team. If he is anything short of that, I don't think from a baseball standpoint that it's going to be relevant, because I don't think he'll be here. But this is a good start for him. And I am curious to see, even over the next 3 or 4 weeks, if he continues to play well and he continues to do the right things, will the fan base soften? And I don't know. And I'm very curious to see how that plays out.
Yeah, by the way, Kingery also homered today. You had Herrera, Kingery, Bohm, Moniak. You can't keep them all. So obviously somebody's got an uphill battle in that outfield. But I'm more concerned about what's going on the hill. We saw Wheeler the other day. We saw Eflin the other day. Velasquez today. I mean, so where do you kind of see? Now, we haven't really seen a Moore pitch today as well. So what is your take after kind of the first 4 guys have gone in the rotation? We know Nola, Eflin, and Wheeler, but of the other guys, has anybody stood out? Has anything stood out about the pitching that we've seen?
Yeah, and before I get to that, I will just say real quick, Joe Girardi today after the game talking about Mickey Moniak, 2 home runs today, one went like 415 feet. Bat speed looks good. He's 22 years old. He's actually starting to fill out a little bit now. I wouldn't totally dismiss the idea of Mickey Moniak being involved at the major league level at some point this season.
Some point this season.
I don't think he makes it out of camp. I'm not saying that he's your opening day center fielder. I think we'll go with a more veteran type, but I'll tell you what, everyone was really sour on him. Everybody was ready to kind of close the book and say he's a bust, got to move on. I got to tell you, I think that he's very much in the mix, and I think that Joe Girardi's starting to get seduced a little bit by the idea of Mickey Moniak. I will tell you that.
By the way, I have been very tough on Mickey.
Yes, and rightfully so. I mean, you take a guy first overall, and you look at some of the other players that had gone in those sandwich years between and before and after, and he has not been that type of player, but he's been impressive here, I got to tell you. As far as your question goes about starting rotation, I thought Matt Moore looked good today. Pitched 2 innings, 23 pitches, really efficient in both. You know what? Decent off-speed stuff, decent breaking stuff. Was hitting like 92 on the gun for a first time out. I thought Matt Moore looked really good. I think the Phillies would like to have a lefty in their starting rotation. If I had to take a guess, I would think that he's going to be part of their opening day rotation. As far as the fifth spot goes, we'll see. We're going to take a look at Chase Anderson tomorrow. We'll get our first look at Spencer Howard tomorrow, I believe, as well. They'll piggyback off of one another. I think that fifth spot's wide open. I think that the Phillies probably want Chase Anderson to win that job for a variety of different reasons. I think they want to be able to control Spencer Howard's innings. I think that they might not be opposed to having Spencer Howard pitch out of the bullpen. But we'll see what happens. And then I have to laugh when I say this, but Vince Velasquez threw the ball very well today, Mike.
He threw 2 innings, had 3 strikeouts. I was going to bring this up. The fact, though, that he was the second pitcher and that he didn't start a game, is there a message there that he's not in the competition for a starting job? Are they saying, hey, we're just thinking of you? Like, what do you read there?
I think there may be something to that. I don't want to say that he's not in the competition, but I think that they're going into this with this design that, hey, Moore and Anderson are kind of the guys we're loosely penciling in there, and Vinny and Spencer, those guys are kind of on the outside looking in. Things could change, right? You're an injury away from this whole thing being flipped upside down. So
that was interesting. My man Mitchell had another good day today. I don't even know his first name, but I turned around and said, this guy Mitchell's throwing 95 heat up there. Couple strikeouts. I mean, he pitched well the first
Brian
day.
Mitchell.
There we go. And Kinsler had a couple of strikeouts in an inning of work. So this bullpen is going to have a historic turnaround.
Yeah, and you'll see the guys that haven't thrown yet, I believe, will all pitch tomorrow. So you'll see Hector Neris. I believe you'll see Archie Bradley, Sam Coonrod, those guys. I think you're going to get a look at all of those guys for the first time tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, we're very early in all this, but to start back where, Odubel has played 2 games already of the 4, so they're obviously giving him some shots, but Hastley seems like he's been out there a lot. Kingery played center today. So you had Hastley, Kingery, and Herrera all in that center field mix, all in the lineup today. Bohm, and was there one other guy? Oh, you mentioned Moniak that had the big day. Oh, Bryson Stott. He's the other guy I wanted to. No, he's not going to make the team, obviously, but is he a guy that at some point this year, or is he still a year or so away?
I think it's realistic that you could maybe see him at some point. Really probably depends on how your regulars are playing, how injuries shake out, and really how he matures. I don't think he's an opening day guy, but I know that they like him. I know that, the people in the development side of things really like him. Yeah, they do. And I like him too. I think that he's a ball player, but I do think when you go out and you sign Didi Gregorius to a 2-year deal, it kind of says, not yet, and maybe he forces his way onto the field. He can play a little bit of second base too. That's an option. If Scott Kingery kind of continues to underwhelm or be inconsistent, or just wins the center field job outright, Gene Segura, maybe he struggles a little bit. Bryson Stott could play second base for this team, and maybe he does it this year. Maybe he does it in 2022, but I think he's a factor.
One of my 10 predictions was Kingery will have a big year. He went yard today. He looked like the guy that I saw in spring training a couple of years ago. Keep your eye on Kingery. I hope he makes everybody, look back at last year and say, what was I saying about Kingery? He had COVID last year. That was the problem. He's not that bad. All right, Bob from Crossing Broad, Bob Wankel, as always, like all guests, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. Always good to talk to you, man.
Mike, we'll talk to you soon, man.
Yeah, we sure will. And, of course, you, like all guests, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. When we come back, Keith Smith next hour, we'll talk a little NBA. Is his MVP, Joel Embiid. The chat on the live stream is gone awry. There's a man having a breakdown. And first off, Zach Ertz will not be on this team next year. So if you drafted Kyle Pitts, you don't have 3 tight ends. You would have 2. Zach Ertz will not be here. If you can't figure that out, if your level of football knowledge is that you think Zach Ertz will be back, then you have Zippo credibility and your whole conversation is null and void. Back with more.
Sign up now for this year's $1 Million Bracket Challenge. Registration is underway now at 973ESPN.com and the free mobile app until the tournament begins. The listener whose bracket has the most correct will win a $500 golden getaway in Atlantic City. Thanks to our friends at GoldenNuggetSports.com. And the top 20 listener brackets will receive a free bed at GoldenNuggetSports.com. So register for the $1 Million Bracket Challenge.
Hell yeah!
now at 973ESPN.com or the free mobile app. Must be 21 plus to place a bet. Only available in New Jersey. Free bets are for online sportsbook only. Please see website for terms and conditions.
A national championship.
So head to 973ESPN.com or the free mobile app and register for the $1 million bracket.
Switch to T-Mobile for Business and get up to 90 days of service free via virtual rebate on your business plan. You get a great deal, the largest 5G network, and first-class benefits like Microsoft 365 on us. It's better for business and only with T-Mobile for Business. Limited time offer. Stop in-store for details. Plus taxes and fees for some plans. Virtual Express MasterCard within 8 weeks of receipt of valid submission. Complete port within 60 days. See T-Mobile.com for 5G devices, coverage, and plan details.
Listening to this Allstate commercial about savings might be the hardest thing about getting those savings. Save for simply becoming an Allstate customer. Save more for adding DriveWise. And save even more for driving safely. Visit Allstate.com or contact your local agent for a quote today. Allstate. Minimum effort, maximum reward.
Not available in every state. New customer savings based on early signing discount. Drive-bys is an optional feature. Savings vary based on how you buy. Subject to terms and conditions. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Add a little excitement to your sports watching experience by betting all the action on FanDuel Sportsbook. There's a reason why FanDuel is America's #1 sportsbook, where you get unique, fun bet types like same-game parlays so you can get a massive payout on a small bet. And don't forget exclusive promotions such as enhanced odds boosts. Right now, FanDuel is letting you place your first bet risk-free up to $1,000. Just place a bet on any game and FanDuel will refund you up to $1,000 back if you don't win your first bet. There's no strings attached. Just place any bet you want. If you win, you keep the cash. If you lose, you'll get your entire bet up to $1,000 back in site credit. Download the FanDuel Sportsbook app and get started. And use my promo code HENNIG when you sign up to get your first bet risk-free up to $1,000. That's promo code HENNIG on FanDuel Sportsbook. Must be 21 or older and present in NJ or PA. First online real money wager only. Site credit is non-withdrawable and expires in 14 days. Restrictions apply. See sportsbook.finland.com for details. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Not always true.
Switch to T-Mobile for Business and get up to 90 days of service free via virtual rebate on your business plan. You get a great deal, the largest 5G network, and first-class benefits like Microsoft 365 on us. It's better for business and only with T-Mobile for Business. Limited time offer. Stop in-store for details. Plus taxes and fees for some plans. Virtual Express MasterCard within 8 weeks of receipt of valid submission. Complete port within 60 days. See T-Mobile.com for 5G devices, coverage, and plan details.
Progressive presents The Sounds of the Old World.
The year is 2019, and someone is waiting for the previews to start in a movie theater.
Hey, you want anything? Popcorn? Soda? No, nothing.
This has been The Sounds of the Old World.
Brought to you by Progressive, where drivers can still switch and save like it's 2019.
Quote today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Trust Jenkins Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Homeowners, no need to call the drain guy, the heater guy, or the plumbing guy. Call Jenkins. One call does it all. Jenkins technicians are trained to do it all, so you only have to call one number, 609-641-6262. Jenkins & Sons has been on the job since 1949 for new heating and air installation, service and maintenance, ductless air conditioning systems, water heaters, boilers, oil service, plumbing, and drain cleaning services. One call does it all. Call 609-641-6262 or visit jenkinsandsons.com. That's 609-641-6262 or jenkinsandsons.com.
Jenkins Plumbing and Heating. We're always here for you. Jenkins Plumbing and Heating. We're always here for you. Jenkins Plumbing and Heating. We're always here for you.
The radio home for Philadelphia Flyers hockey.
With the front deflected, they score!
WENJ HD Millville, Atlantic City, 97.3 ESPN. This is the Sports Bash with Mike Gill on 97.3 ESPN. Now, live inside the Matt Black Kia Studios, here's Mike Gill.
All right, final hour of the show. It's Thursday edition. Tomorrow, on Happy Hour Friday, Adam Kaplan will get his opinion I want to get Adam's opinion on Kyle Pitts. It's been a good conversation. This is what I'll say about Kyle Pitts. Daniel Jeremiah, who does a great job for the NFL Network, his overall top 50 players, Kyle Pitts is the number 2 player in his class, is in the entire draft class. So there has been so much talk about, do you take a tight end at number 6? If you think that he's a tight end, that's your problem. You're calling him a tight end. He is not a tight end. He might not be a wide receiver, but he is not your traditional tight end. And by the way, I mean, I didn't know that having a tight end, this is a couple messages that have come in on the chat. I didn't know that having the tight end is the key to having a successful NFL franchise. Then you don't watch the league, obviously. There's a guy named Travis Kelce. He's pretty good, and he's one of the main reasons why that team is pretty good. What did the Buccaneers go out and do? They didn't have one tight end. They went out and got 3 tight ends. Now, one of them got hurt with O.J. Howard, but they went out and got Gronk. Yeah, having a tight end is pretty successful. You know the guy Gronk? He happened to be a pretty important member of the New England Patriots, who just happened to be the best franchise in NFL history. So anybody who says that I didn't realize the tight end was such an important part of an NFL franchise being successful hasn't been watching football for the last 20 years. 20 years. Rob Gronkowski was the biggest offensive weapon that the most successful franchise in football had. The team that won the Super Bowl last year, their top offensive weapon was the tight end. The team that won the Super Bowl this year, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, they didn't have one, they had 3 tight ends. They went into the season with 3 tight ends, Gronk, Howard, and Cameron Brate. Now, again, if you're going to continue to say that Pitts is a tight end and you're hung up on that, I'm sorry, I can't help you there. But Kyle Pitts is going to be, look, and if he ends up, like a lot of people, I got a guy texting me and saying, hey, be careful, Evan Ingram. People were saying that. Evan Ingram was not rated as a top 5 player in his draft class. Look at the talent in this draft, and Pitts is being ranked as better than all these guys. All right, he's being rated ahead of Chase, Smith, all those guys. So you get a comment like this that says, Pitts is such a great tight end that he might go 2 since the tight end position is the key to having a successful franchise. Yeah, you know what? In today's game, especially, okay, there's another comment that is off the wall. When you have a young quarterback, what does the young quarterback want? They want a durable and they want a reliable tight end. They want a tight end that they don't have to read the defenses. They don't have to scan the field, that they just know Mr. Reliable. What are they called? The security blanket. The point of having a guy like Pitts and pairing him up with Goddard, again, the Eagles will not have Zach Ertz on their team next year. Zach Ertz is gone. He will not be here. So the fact that people are saying, well, why would you draft another tight end? You already have 2. Zach Ertz will not be on this roster. If he is, it is a total miracle. He is 8.2 against the cap. He wants to restructure. He wanted a new contract. The Eagles would not talk to him about it. He will either be traded or he will be released. And if he gets released, he is not signing back here for less than the $8.25 million he has owed already this year. So the percent chance of Zach Ertz coming back, I'd put it about 4. So if you think Zach Ertz is going to come back here, you already know as little about football as you can possibly comprehend. So there's no way you can sit here and say you're going to have 3 tight ends. And guess what? If the 4% chance that Ertz comes back, I would still rather have Pitts. And that's not taking it. Ertz is a tremendous tight end. Pitts is just a flat out better athlete. He's just got better skill set than Zach Ertz. I mean, at this stage, this is the league. You go look at the tight ends in this league. By the way, Tampa Bay went out last year. They went and got Gronkowski, right? Won the Super Bowl. And I'm not sitting here telling you that Gronkowski's the reason they won the Super Bowl. He's not. He had a big Super Bowl game, by the way. But to say that NFL franchises, successful ones, that they didn't realize how big the tight end, Gronkowski, was all they had for years out there. He was the offense in New England. Kansas City, they went to the Super Bowl this year and won it last year. Their best weapon is a tight end. I mean, go look at Baltimore. Mark Andrews, he's their best weapon. He's the best weapon in their offense. Zach Ertz has been the best weapon in the Eagles' offense. They won the Super Bowl. The year they won the Super Bowl, their best offensive weapon was their tight end. The tight end in today's game is a game changer. The tight end in the NFL currently is a difference maker. Is he another Ingram? This is on the text board, 609-403-0973, because he's a hybrid, drops everything. I would say that I was not as high on Ingram coming out when he came out. And what pick did Ingram go with? I'm trying to remember. What pick was Evan Ingram by the Giants? Evan Ingram went 23rd. All right. So, yeah, no, he's not the same player as Evan Ingram. Evan Ingram wasn't even – I mean, that's the problem. Evan Ingram, he went 23rd. No one was talking about him as a top 5 player in the entire draft. They might have said, hey, this guy's got great skill set. Evan Ingram's 6'3", 240. Similar to Pitts. Pitts is 6'6", 240. Ingram's not in the same league as Pitts. Like – put it this way. In 2017, when Ingram came out, I don't barely remember anybody talking about him. Nobody talked about him as a top 5 pick. And he went 23rd. So you're just a little hurt because your team drafted him and he hasn't lived up to expectations. Now, he's been hurt. He's had the drops. Evan Ingram isn't in the same ballpark as Kyle Pitts. Now, what I would say, and Kyle Davis is watching on Facebook. He says Kyle Pitts is special. He's different, definitely. Again, 2 weeks ago when we started talking about Pitts, now I had seen Florida play and watch Pitts. By the way, the guy, in the games that I saw him play, it's not like I left like, oh, this guy's just okay. I was like, dude, this guy's a beast. But then if you watch just him, like go back and like you start watching stuff like for the draft, as we start getting ready for the draft, I'll start watching guys that I see mock draft to the Eagles, like Chase. He didn't play last year, so I didn't really remember him all that much from the year before. Other than, they had Burrow, they had Jefferson, they had him. Yeah, he stood out, but it's not like Kyle Pitts. I mean, this guy is in a class by his own. And again, I am a big fan of Jamar Chase, and I had a tough time saying to myself that I would prefer to take a guy like Pitts who's classified as a tight end. But this guy had 43 catches for 770 yards and 12 touchdowns in 8 games last year. He averaged 17 yards a catch as a tight end, or quote unquote classified as a tight end. So that's not a tight end. You don't get a tight end that averages 17 yards a catch. Josh Stewart's watching on YouTube, says having a hybrid dual threat on the field opens up our offense. You want teams to worry about multiple players on offense, not just key in on one player. Yeah, here's the problem, Joshua. Many people can't expand. They only know one brand of football. It's running back, 2 wide receivers, a tight end, and a fullback. The game is so different now. You can line up multiple tight ends. Look, one of the best offenses in a long time in the NFL was those Gronk Hernandez offense. So for the guy who says, hey, I didn't realize you have to have a tight end to be a successful offense in the NFL, that's just a complete lack of knowledge. The Gronkowski-Hernandez offense was one of the more indefensible ones in the NFL. The tight end position, and here's the thing. We talked a little bit about this yesterday, but I'll expand on it again. Because of how good the tight end has become in the NFL and what these guys have done, the Wallers, the Kelseys, there's a litany of tight ends in the league, Mark Andrews, that have driven the value of tight ends up. It's driven the value of the tight end up. And a guy like Kyle Pitts goes up even further because one of his skill set, and now two, because the position, that value, the position in the NFL is that much more valued. Now, this guy who texted in before talked about Evan Ingram. Evan Ingram, to me, not in the same category. If even like Hawkinson last year and Hayden Hurst and those guys, not in the same category athletically as this guy. 609-403-0973. 609-403-0973. Mike, Richard Rodgers wasn't all that bad, though. Kyle Rudolph is going to be on the market. We lack a true number one wide receiver. Unless Pitts can be that, I don't really know how much. I don't know much about him. Well, okay, at least you said I don't know much about him. That's different than, I will tell you this. Darren Waller was the top receiver on the Oakland Raiders, the Vegas Raiders last year. He had like 1,200 yards, 10 touchdowns. No, they didn't make the playoffs. They didn't have very good receivers, but he is a guy who is similar to where you can use him on the outside, you can use him on the inside. One of the differences is, for me, and I said this yesterday with Pitts, it's the fact that you already have Goddard. That, to me, is the difference. The fact that you already have Dallas Goddard makes me feel like Pitts would be that much more valuable. Over on the text board, Brian in EHT. What about the fact that in the NFL, those game-changing tight ends are surrounded by wide receivers that make their life easier? Ertz would be a Kelsey if he was surrounded by Kelsey's talent. It's not that easy. Ertz was a Kelsey. Ertz has the biggest season in tight end in history, has the most receptions in history for one single season, and he had way less talent around him. Darren Waller has very little wide receiver help. He had Ruggs, who was kind of a disappointment this year. His other receiver was Nelson Aguilar. I don't agree with that, Brian. I mean, look at Rob Gronkowski all those years in New England. What receiver did he have out there other than Randy Moss for the 1 year? Yeah, he had Edelman, but you're not. This text says that the game-changing tight ends are surrounded by wide receivers that make life easier. Edelman's not getting doubled. People aren't like putting extra attention on Edelman. The attention went to Gronk. No, I don't agree with that comment. Mark Andrews in Baltimore, they don't have a receiver out there in Baltimore that you have to worry about. The attention goes to Andrews. Kansas City, they don't have a number one wide receiver, really. Right? I mean, they have Hill, but he's not like a prototypical wide receiver. He's like 5'10". The tight end, the tight end position has evolved so much. People want to think the tight end like it's like some blocking guy that's like Mark Bavaro carrying guys with them for 8 yards after the catch. These guys are different now. Gronkowski, Travis Kelce, like Antonio Gates. Think about Gates with San Diego and Rivers, like how dominant he was. They are leading the offense in targets. They are the leading receiver. The teams built their offenses around their special skill sets. Matt in Cape May Courthouse says 6'6", 240. Sounds like a matchup nightmare. He was the leader of that team, too. I'd take him for sure, but I wouldn't say he's the only player worth getting at 6. Who would your top 3 players you want the Eagles to get? Good questions, good comments. I wouldn't say he's the only player worth getting at 6 either. I think Jamar Chase is in there. My top 3 players, I would probably say Patrick Surtain, Micah Parsons, Jamar Chase, Kyle Pitts. They would probably be my 4. You said 3, I'll give you 4. Pitts has put himself into that conversation. He has put himself in that discussion, just enamored with his talent and what he could bring to an offense that runs, that has Jalen Hurts. By the way, speaking of Jalen Hurts, he was a guest on the Adam Schefter podcast, and I have a couple of those bites here for you that we will play in just a second. And this was courtesy of the Adam Schefter podcast. So Jalen Hurts reacting here, if he is the starting quarterback. Take a listen to what Adam Schefter asked him on the Adam Schefter podcast.
What are your thoughts on heading into your second season as the presumed starting quarterback?
I think, nothing changes for me in my mindset. Going in every day, trying to get better as a player, be the best leader I can be, impact the guys around me, and ultimately, it's just about winning football games and being consistent in doing that. So my mentality, it doesn't alter not one bit.
The question that he went to is being the best leader I can be. That's his answer. That's his answer all the time. Being the best leader I can be. He was asked and given his reaction on the news of Carson Wentz getting traded. This is Jalen Hurts on the Adam Schefter podcast.
And what was your reaction to the team trading Carson?
Kind of kept the same mentality that I've had this whole time in terms of what I can control and me being the best player I can be. That ain't too much of my business, so I don't get into that.
It's such a professional answer, by the way. It's keeping focused on what I can control. Keeping focused on what I can control. He's the whole way through, and this is why I say you got to give this kid the opportunity not to fight for the job. And look, you can make him fight for the job. Put somebody in there. Don't just hand it to him. But the Philadelphia Eagles should be focusing on everything else other than fixing the quarterback position because they have a kid at that position that they should give every opportunity. Right? I think they should give him every opportunity. All right, Jalen Hurts on whether or not he was surprised about Wentz getting traded. Take a listen.
When it comes down and he is traded, were you surprised?
I think it was just an opportunity for me. I think it shows the trust and what they think I can be as a player. So I want to prove them right.
So he didn't really say he was surprised or not, but what he did say is that it shows what they think of me. And keep this in mind. I feel that Jalen Hurts being on the Adam Schefter podcast, among others, is indicative to me that the Eagles look at him like the starting quarterback. Why would you put him out there? Now, I don't know. Maybe this was set up through his agent and all that kind of stuff. I don't know that. But would the team want him out there on all these different platforms answering these questions if they didn't look at him and view him as their starting quarterback? Probably not. He's got 2 former teammates in the draft. Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith. His thoughts.
I just saw something about Waddle saying he's different, and he is different. He's a heck of a player. A great friend of mine, a little brother to me. I mean, the things that he can do with the ball in his hands, his speed, athleticism, high pointing the ball, there's not anything he can't do. And then Devontae Smith, he's like a smooth criminal, such a smooth route runner, attacks the ball, strong hands, size is never an issue with him. He's so strong with his hands, and he's a hell of a player himself.
Keep that in mind, that Jalen Hurts knows both of those Alabama receivers. It just adds another wrinkle to the conversation. It is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. That is courtesy of the Adam Schefter podcast. He will be the next guest on the podcast. So check that out, the full conversation on the Adam Schefter podcast. All right, when we come back, Is Joel Embiid the MVP? It's that simple. The Sixers are the number one seed at the break. Does that make them the presumptive favorite in the NBA Eastern Conference? We'll ask NBA insider Keith Smith from Yahoo Sports. Coming up next here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. And watch the show live. Go to our website, 973ESPN.com. You can watch the show live right there. When we come back, you'll see Keith Smith. He'll be live on the video next.
Saturday on Compass Media Network's coverage of NCAA basketball. Throw out the records and the rankings. It's a battle for Tobacco Road as longtime rivals Duke and North Carolina square off from Chapel Hill. Hi, it's Greg Daniels. Join Chucky Brown and me for all the action as the Duke Blue Devils and the North Carolina Tar Heels write yet another classic chapter in this historic series. North Carolina and Duke. If it's NCAA basketball, it's right here.
The college basketball season continues only on 97.3 ESPN.
You have the choice, whether it's going out for dinner or ordering takeout at a local restaurant or buying that new outfit from a local boutique. Those choices help to put money back into your community. And Town Square Media South Jersey puts a spotlight on local businesses.
First Bank of Sea Isle City, Cape May County's community bank.
Dr. Lyle M. Back for everything from skincare to cosmetic surgery. Go to ilovelylback.com.
Egg Harbor Independent French Leader at Charles Schwab in the Consumer Square Shopping Plaza.
Filling Marble and Tile Outlet, Philadelphia Avenue and Route 30 in Egg Harbor City. FillingMarble.com.
Intuitive Women's Health in Summers Point, accepting new patients. Schedule an appointment today at intuitivewomenshealth.net.
East Coast Roofing, Siding, and Windows services all of South Jersey. If you call, they'll show up. Call East Coast today at 609-646-1444. Online at eastcoastroofing.com.
Thank you for supporting your local businesses. From Town Square Media, South Jersey.
Okay, sports fans, JR here from WagerPro.com. And guys, I've got exciting news. We've uncovered huge information on this big mismatch tonight happening at the Boston Garden between Toronto and Boston. Guys, call this number now. It's absolutely free. The point spread winner on a 30-second recording. Call 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-FREE. The point spread winner of this huge matchup between Toronto and Boston, absolutely free. From the nation's leader when it comes to handicapping, WagerPro.com. Call the toll-free number. Get the winner on a 30-second recording, absolutely free. Toronto versus Boston. Call now. 800-499-3733. That's 800-499-3733. Dial it. 800-499-FREE. And visit WagerPro.com.
That meeting's starting at 4. Can I get those projections?
Indeed knows unexpected growth can stretch your business thin.
Karen, do these numbers look right to you?
Like at Mia's research firm. To hit client deadlines, she needs to get started hiring right away.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. And the moment you sponsor a job on Indeed, you get a short list of quality candidates from our resume database. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get a $75 credit for your first sponsored job post. Terms and conditions apply.
Broadlee's Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning makes it easy to upgrade to the most energy-efficient equipment. And for a limited time, Broadlee's is giving you a free furnace with the purchase of a high-efficiency AC system. 0% financing and rebates from the New Jersey Board of Public Utilities and its clean energy program mean even greater savings. Don't miss out on Broadlee's free furnace frenzy. Certain restrictions apply. Call Broadlee's at 609-390-3907 or visit broadlees.net, your trusted source for 3 generations.
What you doing? Designing my new 2021 Nissan Kicks online in the Kicks Color Studio. I give each a special name. This one's electric blue, orange, red, white. I call it the gumball machine. You think it's me?
I feel like you're more of a red velvet guy.
Limitless possibilities. With over 100 million available color combinations and Bose Personal Plus system in the boldly new 2021 Nissan Kicks. Bose is a registered trademark of the Bose Corporation. Color combinations include interior and exterior colors. Customization is an available feature subject to availability at participating Nissan dealers. See dealer for details.
Life is about balance, and the New Jersey Lottery encourages everyone to dream big. However, the lottery should not be considered or played as an alternative source of income, and you should always know your limits. For more on responsible gaming, visit njlottery.com. Dream big, play responsibly.
You can watch the Sports Bash live now on Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter. Search 97.3 ESPN or visit our website, 973ESPN.com.
All right, coming up tonight, it is the Flyers and the Penguins. You can hear that game right here on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app. Yeah, you can listen to Flyers hockey right on your phone with the free mobile app. Download the app on your phone and listen to the Flyers. Get a preview of the game on our website, 973ESPN.com, from our Flyers insider, Kevin Durso. He'll be live tonight with Josh at 6:20 during game night, getting you ready for the Flyers and the Penguins Part 2. They'll play again on Saturday, and you can hear that game right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, joining me now, 40 points, 19 rebounds, first place in the East is Joel Embiid, the best player in the NBA. We're going to ask Keith Smith from Yahoo Sports, who covers the NBA. We'll get his opinion on that and all things NBA as this first half of the season comes to a close tonight. But Keith, 40 points, 19 rebounds. I would imagine if you are voting for the MVP right now, would Joel Embiid be at the top of your list?
Yeah, he would have my vote a month ago, and he's done nothing to change that since. I think he has been the best player, both ends of the floor of all the candidates. He's also on a team with one of the best records in the entire league. So there for no reason to me to not pick Joel Embiid as the MVP.
Does that in your mind say, I mean, where would you place him in the pantheon of the players right now? Is he the best player in the league? Is he top 5? I mean, when you kind of categorize him, where has he kind of put himself?
Yeah, I factor in, more than just the current season when I think about who the best players in the game are. And I don't get me wrong, I love what Joel Embiid has done this year. I said this earlier today. I said he rededicated himself to getting in shape, but I think it's really dedicated himself for the first time to getting into shape and being an attacking player, playing deeper into games, playing smarter and those kind of things. So I feel really good about where he is, but I'd still have him below, a handful of guys, but somewhere between 5 and 10 probably on that list, which is a pretty good place to be.
Yeah, the way I kind of describe right now, Keith, for me is he was an all-star and he is now taking that jump to the superstar stratosphere, right? I mean, there's a difference between an all-star and a superstar. He is kind of making that crossover. Now, can he do it consistently this year, next year, the year after? That remains to be seen. But right now, this is a lot of fun. And with that, if you have the MVP of the league, and you are the number 1 seed, are you the favorite?
Yeah, if they keep this up all the way to the playoffs, they should be the favorite, at least in the East. We'll see in the West. I think the Lakers, you can kind of write them off for the rest of the regular season because they don't really care where they finish. I think the Clippers, to some extent, are in a similar position. So I don't know that I'm too overly worried about what either one of them does. But in the East, if Philly keeps this up and Embiid keeps playing the way he does, I expect Daryl Morey to make some kind of small move to kind of round out the team a little bit more with maybe another attacking player off the dribble or something like that can really kind of balance this team just that much better. I do think at that point you can clearly say that they should be the Eastern Conference favorites.
Yeah, and I know that one of the things, they still need to make moves, we would think, right? They need to add something to this team. But beating the Jazz last night, I don't know. That's a nice way to kind of to go into the break is the best team in the East against the best team in the West and going toe to toe and then beating them. And the way they did it, Joe, they went right at Rudy Gobert. I mean, it was like, you know what? You're the defensive player of the year. Watch what we do. I really thought that they were trying to almost make a statement with that last night.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that was what was fun was I think that's been kind of a key characteristic of Doc Rivers teams over the years is every once in a while in a season, it's a chance for a statement game, and then they come out and they make it. And they really did. And I thought it was good. There was a point later in the game, I want to say it was late third quarter, maybe early fourth quarter, they were behind by 8. And I said, this is kind of danger time because with the way Utah shoots the ball, they could, come down and hit 3-pointers on 2-3 trips in a row. And now all of a sudden it's no longer a manageable deficit. But Philly kept contact, they took control. I know the end of the game got real messy and there was a lot of nonsense on, going back and forth. But for the most part, I thought, that was a good professional kind of win for the Sixers. And those are the kind of wins you can look back on and kind of say, that's a playoff kind of win there. Maybe a little slower pace, a little lower scoring, but, it was the kind of quality play down the stretch that made the difference.
Yeah, and I'd like to get your opinion on whether or not, and I know this has probably come up, but, the way they closed that game out last night, Embiid hits that step-back three to send it to overtime. But it was Tobias Harris in overtime that hit those last couple buckets. And whether or not you feel that he has, much like we said, Embiid has gone from all-star to superstar, that Harris has taken the jump to a guy that you feel like in playoff moments can be counted on.
Yeah, I do. I mean, he's almost a 50, 40, 90 guy. He's just shy of it, which is, that when you're doing that for half a season, that's pretty impressive stuff. The only thing I'm looking for with him is that, can he maintain this all the way through? Because the problem with Tobias Harris is he's had, great stretches before, but then there are points where he doesn't look so good. But I think he is a really good fit with the way Doc Rivers wants to play. Doc, likes to play with using his bigs, attacking in different periods of the game. He likes to put the ball in their hands and let them do some stuff. As kind of a playmaker. Harris is much more of a scorer than he is a playmaker for others, but it doesn't really matter as long as you're getting the end result you want. And I think that's what's important. That's why when I kind of looked at this team today for an article I'm writing, I was looking at, what is it that they really need? And the most I could come up with was one more guy who can attack off the dribble. But even that doesn't seem all that big a need because of how well Harris has played.
Right. Harris is definitely, get your opinion on this too, but he might be the key guy. They got to have that secondary scorer. He has been a 19-point-a-game scorer, but it's the games that he scores the 19 in, as opposed to, one night he might score 32. He scored 36 against the Jazz the first time they played. He had a nice, so, that's where it is. And that remains to be seen. None of us know the answer to this. In the playoffs, will he score 20 against Brooklyn? Will he score 20 against Milwaukee? That's what I think. If the Sixers legitimately can get out of the East, they're going to need that.
Yeah, Tobias Harris, my issue going all the way back to when I covered him when he was here in Orlando is he'd score 30 one night, 10 the next, 25 the next night, 15. It was just kind of all over the place. It was never that kind of consistent night to night. I know exactly what I'm going to get. And then there were times when I don't want to say empty stats, but they were just kind of forgettable because he might get 10 points in the first quarter and then he'll get 10 points the rest of the game. And you're just kind of left wondering at the end of the game. That's changed for him. And is he the second most important guy? Yeah, I absolutely think he is, because until Ben Simmons proves it, we've seen Simmons go missing in the postseason before. So we need to, really see that. I think it's a little unfair when Simmons gets, too much put on him for that. But, I think Harris, has been there, done that. And I think him and Embiid now together, that's a pretty good duo that you can work with going all the way into the postseason.
Keith Smith, Yahoo Sports, covers the NBA. The NBA comes to a first-half close tonight. The Sixers are the 1 seed on the East. The Jazz are the 1 seed on the West. Are they your favorites?
Philly, maybe. Let's see what the teams come out of the trade deadline looking like. I think Brooklyn, it's going to be really hard to beat Brooklyn if they can get even one or two more guys that can defend. In the West, I think Utah should be in the mix, but I'm not ready to count out either of the LA teams. And at some point, we need to probably really start to think about how serious we're taking Phoenix, because they're now in second in the West. I think that's more of a case of they are playing well, but I think the LA teams are reprioritizing how much they care about the regular season. So that's going to be where that gets a little bit interesting. But that, I think Philly's closer to being a finals favorite than I would install Utah at this point.
All right. Utah, obviously, with the loss last night, they are 3 games up in the West. In the East, it is Philly and Brooklyn. Brooklyn, obviously, with the win last night against the Rockets as Harden goes back. That team, what I would imagine there's another level of them. They haven't played all that much together. So what do we expect to see in terms of how much more growth from the Nets in the second half?
Yeah, it's funny because I had a guy on Twitter come to me and said, if they're scoring 120 points without Kevin Durant, when he's back, they're going to score 140. And I was like, that's not how the math works. You can't just add up all their points per game as individuals and call it good. So what ultimately will happen is, Harden and Kyrie will take a bit of a step back as Durant takes some of those shots and some of those possessions. But I think when you get into a playoff series, the number one thing you have to be able to do is throw the ball to a guy and say, go get us a basket, especially against a set defense. And the Nets have three of the best guys in the league you can do that with. The question is going to be is when they're in a tight game, and it's going to happen in the postseason with 5 minutes left and it's, tied or it's within a few points, it's going to be, which one of those guys is going to take, really a big step back and say, all right, I'm going to let the other two kind of, bring us home here. That's the question that we haven't had answered. And the longer we go without seeing all three of them play together, the harder that's going to be for Steve Nash to know when they get into that actual situation.
Brooklyn, Boston, Miami, Toronto, even Indiana, they have been perennial. You got Milwaukee, Boston, Toronto, Miami, Indiana. They have been playoff teams the last couple of years. None of them have really separated themselves from the pack. Of that group, does one of them put themselves in the mix in that top four?
I think Milwaukee can for sure. I think Milwaukee's approach this year has been less is more in the regular season. They're not pushing a win every single game the way they did. They're experimenting with some different stuff, which is, what we've all kind of killed Mike Budenholzer for the last couple of years is he builds these great regular season teams and systems that then if they don't work in the playoffs, well, that's what we do. Too bad. I can't change it now. So I think, this is one where, some short-term losses for long-term gains, maybe for them. And I still believe in the Celtics. I think when they get fully healthy, they have three guys who can score. They have, Marcus Smart coming back, who's one of the best perimeter defenders you can have. They're getting enough out of their bigs. And I think they've got a trade in them still. So if they make a good trade, then I think Boston starts to put themselves in there. But they've got a lot of prove it to do before you can really feel good about them.
Yeah, I was going to say, Boston well, obviously, Keith. What's like in Philly? Obviously, it looks like they're looking for another ball handler, maybe another stretch. I know Belitza is a name that's come up today from Sacramento. What is Boston looking at?
Yeah, Danny Ainge, which is rare for him, he was very open a few weeks back, and he said, we need shooting with size. His point was, we don't need to add a shooter than that we can't play in key moments in a game because they'll get played off the floor. I think a lot of people took that as we're not going to go trade for JJ Redick, kind of as his meaning there. So a lot of people have been looking at guys like Harrison Barnes. You mentioned Nemanja Bjelica. Of course, they'd love to get Jeremy Grant. That's not going to happen. The Pistons aren't going to move him unless you give them basically everything under the sun, which they shouldn't. They just signed him. So I think that's where you're looking at if you're the Celtics is somebody who can come in probably is more of a 3-4 type, like a Harrison Barnes that can knock down some shots, maybe be a part of a closing lineup for you out there. And you can feel really good about giving, 25, 30 minutes a night if you need to in the postseason.
All right, the NBA playoffs, obviously still a ways away, but they should be very interesting, especially on the Eastern side of things where we've got from really 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, even the Hawks who just fired their coach, they are all within about 3 games of each other. So you're going to see a crazy East on that side. And the West pretty deep this year with Dallas right now at the 8 seed. Golden State would be out if the playoffs were to start today. Seth Curry's out tonight, by the way, again. Memphis is kind of in the mix. The Pelicans, who everybody was looking forward to, they are 11.5. They're 3.5 back of the playoff spot. So some interesting things at the halfway point. And All-Star Weekend is here. Are they going to let fans in there? There's going to be some fans in Atlanta yet or no? I mean, Atlanta seems to be a place that might let fans in. They're letting fans
in the regular season. Yeah, they've had fans there. We saw courtside Karen there, get into it with LeBron James. I don't know about the All-Star game. I would assume there'll be some level of fans there. I know they were doing something with first responders, much similar to what happened with the Super Bowl, and then family and friends of the players who were selected will be there. But I don't know about just regular Joe off the street. Can they buy a ticket and get in? That part I'm not sure on.
Yeah, Philly, by the way, will let fans in starting with their next home game. So you'll have fans, 3,100 fans at Wells Fargo Center. The first fans at Wells Fargo Center will be Sunday, I will say, against the Capitals. Flyers, Capitals, Sunday. 3,100 fans will be in attendance. And then the Sixers, Bulls is, I believe, the next home game there. And they will have fans in the stands for that game. Keith Smith covers the NBA, Yahoo Sports, at Keith Smith NBA. And he, like all guests, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. Keith, you be well, man.
Thank you. I appreciate you. Also safe, you and yours.
All right, he's Keith Smith, and, of course, he does a great job. Always a great follow on Twitter. And he, like all guests, appeared via the Boardwalk Honda hotline. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Text messages coming in on our conversation about the tight end in the NFL. Matt says, I agree with those 4 guys you mentioned. I would take Devonta Smith, too. If we come away with any of those 5 guys, I'd be happy. I think it's important the player they can get to be a perennial Pro Bowl or All-Pro. Look, yeah, of course, every player you want to be a perennial Pro Bowl or All-Pro starter. And that doesn't matter if it's a tight end, the right guard, the center. Best player you can get. How would Shockey compare to Pitts? I mean, Shockey's way different. I mean, Shockey's a pretty athletic guy, but Pitts is way better, more athletic than him. Yeah, I mean, Shockey was a little bit, he was for his time, he was a little ahead of his time, I'd say. Shockey isn't Kyle Pitts, though. No way. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. Jeremy Shockey, by the way, at the time he retired, I mean, he was 6'5", 250. He was big, much like Pitts, strong, fast guy. I don't think he has the same athleticism, though. I think he's more bulky than Pitts is more tall and lean. All right, we come back, got the 5, see what's hanging out there today. Don't go away, Sports Bash. Hey, guys, it's March. It's time for college basketball fun. DraftKings Sportsbook, America's top-rated sportsbook app, is giving all new players a chance to cash in $100. New customers can bet $100 on any team to hit a three-pointer in any basketball game this week. And if your team makes it, you cash in $100. That's right. It's all it takes is for one three-pointer to be hit on any game. $100. It sounds like a no-brainer. It is a no-brainer. DraftKings paid out over $7 billion to its customers since 2012, so they know a thing about big paydays, and you should too. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app now and use my promo code 973 to get your shot to turn $1 into $100.
Sunday on ESPN Radio, the 2021 NBA All-Star Game.
LeBron James, are you kidding me?
Luka Doncic just won it for the Mavericks.
Oh, by the Greek freak.
Team LeBron versus Team Durant. Plus, don't miss the AT&T Slam Dunk at halftime.
The place is here, the time is down. The top of the world, and I can't come down.
The 2021 NBA All-Star Game. It's the NBA on 97.3 ESPN. Coverage begins after Flyers hockey.
Brought to you by AutoZone. Free battery testing, free battery charging, and replacement batteries that fit your needs. That's what makes AutoZone America's #1 battery destination. Get in the zone. AutoZone.
If you're struggling with a drug or alcohol addiction, now is the time to take action and get professional help. Call Recovery Centers of America at 1-888-RECOVERY today. You are worthy of recovery from your addiction, and calling RCA will be your first step in getting the help you need. Recovery Centers of America answers the phone and admits patients 24/7. And because safety is a top priority, all patients and staff are routinely tested for COVID-19. RCA's expert team of physicians and medical professionals will treat you with compassion and dignity and provide an evidence-based treatment plan that is custom-tailored to your specific needs. Recovery Centers of America at Devon and Lighthouse are local and in-network with insurance providers, so they're best-in-class inpatient and outpatient care, offered both in-person and via teletherapy, is affordable and accessible. Make this the year you conquer your addiction. Call today, 1-888-RECOVERY. That's 1-888-RECOVERY.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/news. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And now you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
When's the last time you looked at your bathroom? Second thought, you might not want to make eye contact with that old faucet. It's time to head to Lowe's for some home improvement. Choose from stylish brands like American Standard, Delta, and Style Selections, and transform your before bathroom into an amazing after bathroom. Woohoo! You can't see her, but she's high-fiving herself. Don't just do it yourself. Do it for yourself. Stop by Lowe's or visit Lowe's.com/DIFY for vanities starting at $99. Valid through 3/31 U.S. only.
Last night's sleep? Interrupted by pain? Tonight, silence it. With new ZQL Night Pain. Restful sleep, now with powerful pain relief. ZQL Night Pain combines America's #1 sleep aid with a maximum strength pain reliever. So you can fall asleep fast and wake feeling rested, because pain should never get in the way of a great night's sleep. New ZQL Night Pain. Silence pain. Sleep soundly. Available at retailers near you.
O'Reilly. Right now at O'Reilly Auto Parts, get up to a $15 gift card after mail-in rebate when you purchase select Superstart batteries. With the power and capacity your vehicle demands, Superstart batteries are designed for lasting performance and consistent starts. Turn the key with confidence with Superstart batteries only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
You ready for competition? It's time for 5 questions.
3 ain't enough, man. I need 5. Number 5 will always love you.
I got 5 on it. 5 times. Now can you dig?
All right, Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN. I can dig it. And I will dig it. All right, let's see what Josh picked today. Producer Josh Henning, listening to the show, of course. These are the topics that he enjoyed most on today's show. So we'll play these cuts for you guys out there and get your take. We'll kind of have a little back on that. All right, here we go. Number 1 today on the list of things. Let's talk about the topic du jour for today from Andrew Pacheco.
He was their top option on their offense in the passing game, and he single-handedly took over games. You can remember the game late in the season when he was just making these unbelievable contested catches down the field. I mean, those are the type of game-changing, playmaking type of players that every offense needs in order to be successful.
All right, a lot of back and forth the last couple of days about Pitts and whether or not he fits there, but he says every NFL team needs a player like him, regardless of his position. You have to have a guy like him on your offense.
Yeah, and I like the fact that he pointed it out because to me, one of the things that Checo was explaining was, look, we can all debate who you should take. One of the things he talked about, look, Chase, Pitts, but he said you need a player like that. And to me, I think people forget that it doesn't matter what you think of the pick, or it matters is, does he make sense for the team? Those are 2 different conversations.
All right, this is Kevin Kincaid from Crossing Broad. He was on talking Joel Embiid.
Anybody who's played sports at any level is quite capable of knowing what a person should be able to do and should not be able to do. And everything that Joel is doing at his size and his weight, his athletic build is, goes against what we have traditionally believed that athletes like him are capable of doing.
Paul Hudrick has an article up on our website, 973ESPN.com. He says, we are running out of adjectives to describe him. Embiid is defying conventional expectations. I said it's like if LeBron James was 7 feet tall. That's the best comparison I can make, I think, currently.
In a typical Josh analogy, I said that he is the most talented big man since Wilt. Because when Wilt played, he led the league in assists. He led the league in rebounds. He averaged 30, 40 points in a playoff series. He was so incredible. But yet, guess what? He only won championships when he was surrounded by Hall of Fame players, like most players. But that gets held against him.
Well, look, LeBron James has only won the championship when he had, and this isn't a knock, but like he won the championship with Dwayne Wade and Chris Bosh. He won the championship with Kyrie Irving. He won the championship with Anthony Davis. When he didn't have that level of second fiddle, he didn't win. I mean, it's not his fault, but like in Cleveland, before he got Kyrie, he didn't have a good enough second banana.
Old Antoine Jameson, remember that?
Before he got Anthony Davis in L.A., they didn't make the playoffs.
Nah. Well, he also was injured that year.
But
First time in
still,
his career.
they were not. He had to get Anthony Davis out there. Now, it's not to say that he couldn't have won with a lesser player than Anthony Davis, but like, yeah, he needed a second guy too. Kevin Kincaid.
The fact that you've got a 7-footer who ties the game in regulation on a step-back three-pointer on a broken play. You know, he's shaking and baking Rudy Gobert, making him look like he's nobody. When you consider kind of what the league is now and what Joel Embiid is doing at his height and his weight, it's hard to say that the athletic things that he's pulling off are not at the highest level that would make him the best player in the league.
Is he the best player in the league? Like, they're going to do this all-star draft. You know, that's what they do, the all-star draft. I would imagine the two guys drafting are what? It's Durant and LeBron.
Correct. They're the two captains.
Right. So on Team LeBron or Team KD, who are the first picks?
I mean, I'm assuming that Embiid is going to be in the top two. I mean, the number one pick might be Kawhi, but Embiid might be the 2 or 3rd pick.
Is Durant even playing in the All-Star game?
No.
So he's just picking a team?
Yeah.
So, all right, LeBron James is on the team. He's the first pick over there.
Tatum has been elevated to a starter. So you pick the starters first, then you go to the bench players.
Okay.
Embiid is a
Joel Embiid will be the first pick.
Okay.
That's my prediction. I mean, LeBron James, he's already on the team. So,
well, remember last year, Giannis picked Embiid. He was a team captain. So does LeBron this year pick Embiid, or does Durant take Embiid?
Well, that's a good question. Like, whoever is the first pick, I would think Embiid's the pick. Can't take LeBron. He's already on a team.
Right.
I think Joel will be the first pick in the draft.
Interesting.
Yeah. I mean,
I think it'll be Kawhi.
Okay. All right. Let's play one more. I think we got time for another one or so. Let's go to Bob Wankel talking Phillies from crossingbroad.com and get his take on the Odubel Herrera. Does he have a real shot to play?
I kind of wondered, is this just a kind of like an all for show? Is this a CBA thing? But to me, it looks like they're giving him a real chance to redeem himself, with his teammates and with this organization and ultimately with the fan base. We'll see if he's able to do it. But, you watch that game today and it's hard not to look at him and say, man, there's some upside.
2 for 3, home run, threw a runner out at the plate, had a hit the other day. Odubel Herrera, does he have a real shot to make the team?
I think that at this point you have to take it seriously. I'm with Bob. I'm surprised that he's played as well as he has, and I think that it's getting to a point where Herrera might force his way onto the roster. And as you and Bob talked about, maybe public perception is one way, but that's realistic. If the Phillies are serious about being a competitive baseball team, get the best players, not worry about the PR backlash. You mentioned Michael Vick before.
Yeah, that's a tricky one. Like, do they want to get involved with that? I did my 10 predictions and said that he would be the center fielder by the end of the year. I think the Phillies said, we're paying this guy. If he's here, we're going to give him a shot. We'll deal with the PR later. You know why? Most people, sadly, for whatever, it is what it is. This is the world we live in. This is America. You get second chances. People do bad things. They serve their punishment, and then they get another shot. I think most people, not everybody,
reasonable people,
move on and allow the person to live their life. And then remember, this guy did a bad thing, and I don't have to like him. All right, more tonight during game night. Kevin Durso, more on those topics. I'll be back tomorrow. I hope you'll join me. Watch the show live at 97.3 ESPN. And talk to you on Friday. Have a great rest of your Thursday, everyone.
It's Philadelphia Flyers hockey tonight on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app with Tim Saunders and Steve Coates calling all the play-by-play action.
He scored!